that's not... Okay, that's good. Okay. I think you can see this, right? Hello? Yeah. I just have to... Oh, wait. That's right, my bad. I haven't streamed in a while. I forgot what to do. Okay. Okay. Shut that. Send out these. Okay. Should be good. Hi, Sigma.
The same name in real life, with its name meaning 5 fingers.
Okay.
So
Here,
named
can you
as
hear
a
me?
result of the width of the blade as it is next to the guard, which is fitting given the design in Elden Ring, as we can see 5 fingers along the bottom of the blade. And symbolically, this sword is clearly meant to represent the advent of tool use, the advent of using their 5 fingers to wrap their fingers around tools, such as this blade. The use of tools in this manner is the pivotal divider between beings of higher sentience, like humans, and more bestial life forms. Indeed, the whole advent of beastmen taking up the tool and being granted intelligence is extremely reminiscent of the famous scene from the classic 2001 A Space Odyssey. This film from 1968 is based on a short story called The Sentinel, and in essence charts humanity's history from primate to
We're gonna
space
start with the
travel,
rook this time.
with one main notable difference. The film suggests that our evolution was guided by an alien intelligence, marked by strange unnatural obelisks, or sentinels, that appear at pivotal moments in human development to guide and teach us. In the film, the first instance of this happening happens to our ancestors, the homonyms. The film opens with a tribe of homonyms being driven from their watering hole by a rival tribe, before coming across this unnatural alien obelisk. They eventually find the courage to touch the obelisk before they all retreat. Not long after, one of their number is inspired for some reason to take up a bone and use it as a tool, a smashing implement. With tools in hand, the tribe of these hominins return to the waterhole they had been chased away from, and easily defeat and drive off their rivals with these new weapons. The film then cuts away and skips forward millions of years later to an era of space travel, the implication being that it was intelligent intervention that put the tool in the hands of our ancestors, and thus provided the foundations for our development into a sentient, intelligent species. And it is how I see the relationship between the beastmen and the dragons / the greater will. Upon being granted intelligence, it looks as though the beastmen will have used their 5 fingers to pick up stone tools, as suggested by Tarnished Archaeologist, who points out the bestial sling incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. This again reinforces the extremely early period of civilization that the beastmen represent, using stone tools and weapons, much like the real-world Stone Age, which marked the beginning of our ancestors' use of tools, of which many are believed to have first been built from stone. But it is fascinating because we see the beastmen developing more and more advanced tools and working with more advanced materials as time goes on, and in essence, their journey represents the entirety of the world's prehistory period, i.e. the Stone Age, moving from the use of stone tools into the later period of the Chalcolithic, as we discussed earlier. However, we can also track their development beyond this, into what we would know as the Iron Age, or the early ancient historical era. For the beastmen that we actually fight do not use stone weapons. They use weapons made of iron, such as described by the beastman's cleaver, which reads as follows. Curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron, and wielded by the beastmen.
I started Elden Ring Monday and now understand your lingo.
The blade is incredibly heavy, but well balanced, comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. It is clear the beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken. This makes us think of the Iron Age, which followed the Bronze Age. and
Oh,
is
wait,
really
who said
seen
that?
as the
Wait.
true transitional period from
Leading on people.
prehistory to ancient history. While iron is a
I don't think I
natural
remember.
element, using iron in a manner
sorry, but I
that
don't
allows
think
it
I
to be
remember
used
you.
as a tool or a weapon requires
cool.
more
How do you like
advanced
Elden Ring?
science. And I think in this case Wikipedia is apt in describing why the use of iron and the advent of the Iron Age marked a true transitional period in human society, as it states the following. In archaeology, the Iron Age refers to the advent
It's gotta be
of
my
ferrous
favorite game
metallurgy.
ever. It's
The adoption of
no,
iron
it's the best
coincided
game
with
ever.
other
Duh.
changes in some past cultures, often including more sophisticated agricultural practices,
Nothing can beat it.
religious beliefs, and artistic styles, which makes the archaeological Iron Age coincide with the Axial Age in the history of philosophy. Although iron ore is common, the metalworking techniques necessary to use iron are very different from those needed for the metal used earlier. Through the Beastmen, we can get a clear timeline of the earliest civilization in Elden Ring lore that is allegorical to the rise of our own human civilization. The granting or gaining of intelligence,
Wait, I'm gonna
the
take
use of
guess.
stone tools, the use of unalloyed metals
Is
and
it
more
try
advanced
leading?
burial techniques, and finally, the use and development of iron weapons. The full track of a civilization right from the early Stone Age to the Iron Age, fully cementing the idea that this civilization of the dragons and the beastmen was the earliest
oh my
civilization
god, I haven't
in
heard
this
you in
world,
so long.
even
How have you been?
pre-ancient civilizations of the Ul Palace, etc. For while the Ul Palace civilization and its kin are ancient civilizations based upon the Greeks and the Sumerians, the ideas we have discussed re the Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age far predates even these ancient civilizations that the Ul and Uld palaces were based upon. Yet despite the primitive nature of their origins, the Beastmen evidently were capable of building some wonders, and even outpacing the abilities of later civilizations, as hinted at by the description of the Beastman's cleaver
thanks, voice crack.
that we just read. This is once again
Okay, just
reinforced by the
sing
Beastman's
Maybe
jar
that's just-
shield, the item description of which reads, "Shield fashioned from a tall broken
I was gonna
jar,
say, sorry for
carried
having
by
you
the
blocked
Beastmen
if you
of Fire
noticed.
Mozilla. The Beastmen have always fired earthenware jars
kinda
for the
had to
express
do this whole
purpose of making
purge.
shields.
My dad
Such
was
are
gonna
their
search your phone.
ways,
I was just being
strange
too
though they
anxious,
are.
overthinking.
The bizarre practice of firing pots and being able to wield them as shields is a lost art, something that is again beyond human craftsmanship. Then of course we have to consider the
I
magnificent
stopped using a
Farmazilla
lot of stuff
itself,
for a while.
a glorious construction that is far more grand than many of the constructions that would come from later civilizations, millennia later. This is something that is reflected in the real world. Today, many do not comprehend how ancient societies built the structures that they did. As I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, I speculate that the intelligence of the Beastmen was tied to their lords, the dragons. Tarnished archaeologists suggest that the Beastmen have now reverted to their bestial nature, losing their intelligence, and they suggest this due to the animations and appearance of the Beastmen. In Fire Mozilla, they are crawling around and acting far more like beasts. If their fate and intelligence is truly tied to the dragons, then I certainly agree with this assertion. With the collapse of the Dragon Empire
VR.
and the disappearance of the god
Like,
that
I
likely
want to say
granted
VR,
them
but then
that
again, Minecraft
intelligence,
sounds so
it would make
familiar.
sense that their minds have dimmed, and they are a shadow of what they once were. Yet we can still marvel at their great works, and with that said, let us have a look at Fire Mozilla itself. While the Beastmen venerated the dragons as seen in the statuary and by the existence of the clergy, it is clear that the dragons needed the Beastmen. As mighty as the dragons were and as intelligent as they were, surely they were not builders and craftsmen themselves. Their bodies are not built for it. They have predatory, four-legged bodies without opposable thumbs or fingers, and this would have restricted their ability to use tools and craft. By comparison, we have already just seen that the Beastmen have numerous examples of being able to wield tools and weapons, and I would suggest this is why they were given intelligence in the first place, and granted the power of the dragon's lightning to help defend their civilization. They were the workers of the dragon civilization, the craftsmen, the builders, the priests, and the warriors. As such, I attribute the construction of Fire Mozilla to the Beastmen. It must only have been them that built it. This is an extraordinary feat that must seem impossible to the later factions of the lands between, given the time disparity between this era
I
and
don't
the Leyndale
think
era.
I remember.
There is
him.
one other detail of interest to me found within Fire Mozilla,
Who was that?
and that is the engravings and depictions of human characters. These human characters also appear to be of high standing, as they are dressed in what we could consider aristocratic robes and garbs, some carrying items associated with royalty, like scepters. So what are we to make of this? Well, as far as I see it, there are two plausible explanations. One, humans also lived within
Oh
this
wait, do you know
society
somebody on
and held
Discord
high
named
positions
Discount
within
Cactus?
the hierarchy. Or number two, these are dragons in human form, for we learn via Lansax's glaive item description that ancient dragons are able to take human form. However, we do get some evidence that humans may have lived amongst the ancient dragons, for when creating your character, you have the option of a number of base template appearances, and one of these appearances is called Draconian, and the description of that reads as follows: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons,
Yeah,
among
and I
whom
don't really
life is
remember.
typically short. Now, this is obviously really interesting,
I assume
because
VR
it does
because I used to
suggest
play
that these
VR
people
a lot.
have some sort of association with the dragons. They are the people of the ancient dragons, suggesting they were humans that lived among them. And this is certainly who I can attribute these human characters being. And perhaps they did hold positions of authority within dragon society, and perhaps they maybe helped the beastmen build Fire Mozilla. But ultimately, I leave it to you to decide what is your truth in regards to these depictions. Given its grandeur and its legend, it's obvious that this is an important construction for the beastman and dragon civilization. So what was it to them? Well, we know from the Azula beastman ashes that Fire Mozilla is a mausoleum for an ancient dragon lord. And the fact that this is a mausoleum is very interesting. We have just discussed in length, after all, how complex burials became a core part of this new fledgling society.
I think that might have been
And
it.
as such, it makes sense that they would build a mausoleum, for not only does it house the mighty dragons, but we can see that this is the burial place for the beastmen and their kin, no doubt venerating people of importance with jewellery and ornate burials. However, Fire Mozilla is not just referred to as a mausoleum, it is also referred to as different titles, and I believe that this is because Fire Mozilla is the apex of this civilization. It was the centre of their entire world. This was the religious and cultural heart of the dragon civilization. We've discussed numerous times how the beastmen venerated the dragons,
God, I
and
knew
indeed
you
we
for
see
a
the
long
statuary
time.
throughout Fire Mozilla,
Because that was
suggesting
a
it is a holy
long,
place
long
as
time ago.
well.
That was still when I
And this
had
is
my
reinforced
HTC
by the
Vive
fact
headset.
it is referred to as a temple in the ruin fragment item description, but it is also the seat
I
of
really
their
need
lord,
to get that thing
the
fixed.
Dragon Lord
It's just been
Placidusax,
sitting here.
and it is a royal city,
It broke one day
as
and I never
stated by
actually
the old Lord's
figured out
talisman,
how to get it
which
working.
reads, "It is said that the ancient royal city of Fire Mozilla
Sean
has been
Dark,
slowly
use
crumbling
cotton
since
put-
time immemorial. It is
I-
a capital, a temple, and a burial ground all in one. Indeed, the dragon kin must still hold it in
I know
reverence
cotton.
or sense its importance, for
Hey,
the majority
well,
of the ancient dragon survivors
I
still
know,
appear to be found here.
Cotton
We can even
tail.
speculate that their
rings
degenerate
a bell.
cousins, the modern dragons, also feel the pull of their people here, as the models shown encircling the ruins in the skybox of Fire Mozilla have modern dragon physiology. Though admittedly I may be just looking too closely, it's something the developers didn't intend us to. But whatever species the dragons are in the skybox, their purpose is to show how important this site is still to the dragonkin, thousands of years later after the civilization's collapse. Let us attempt to look at the etymology of the term Fire Mozilla to try and grasp what this city truly is and what it means to the
I don't
dragons.
really know.
In
Yeah,
an
that
interesting
you-
post on Reddit, which I will link below,
I just remember
a
knowing you.
commenter called Shabriri Grape broke down the root words behind Fire Mozilla, in which they concluded that Farum in Latin comes from the Greek word for lighthouse, and Azula has ties to Azure, meaning in totality blue lighthouse, or lighthouse of blue. So what could this possibly mean? Well, I'd suggest that lighthouse is actually something that fits, given what I've just discussed regarding the dragons. Fire Mozilla is almost like a beacon for their kind, and in this way it is their lighthouse. And Azula or Azure could be in reference to the fact it is in the sky, in the blue. This is just speculation, of course, but I certainly feel like the lighthouse part does make sense, as I see this as a beacon for all dragonkind. However, despite its current relation to the sky, it's clear to me that Fire Missoula was not always a floating construction. We can see huge chunks of earth still attached to its underside, as if it was torn from the very earth, including large swathes of land that actually have natural trees growing on it. In addition, we can see pathways or bridges that look to have been broken as if they were once connected to something else, but have been broken apart.
Can we share a pint of Shaberi grape ice cream?
The city's destruction,
Yes, but I hope you know it's gonna burn. It's going to be very hot.
Leads me to conclude that this
I
was
can't
once
handle
an
hot things.
earthbound construct, possibly part of a larger city, but where? This then takes us back to one of the earliest community theories that was going around near the launch of Elden Ring, that has to do with the divine towers in the lands between. Now, I cannot remember exactly who first circulated the ideas, but they certainly weren't my theories, and the earliest post that I can still find is on Reddit by a user called Webs, who quite rightly points out that the divine towers have a very curious placement. They are all aligned, and they are all around a coastal basin, and this basin almost looks like a chunk ripped out the side of the continent. The placement is clearly not random, but why? Is it possible that this central part of the map was once where Farum Azula sat, and these towers flanked the entire city? Possible for sure, but I'm not sure I fully agree with some who say the Divine Towers were definitely once part of Greater Farum Azula, as while the architecture is similar, they are not exactly the same. However, I could buy that this was once where Farum Azula sat, and that the Divine Towers were built upon the ruins of what was left, or placed to ward against the gap that once contained the seat of the Greater Will's chosen god, an Elden Lord. However, despite these towers not being an exact match for Farum Azula architecture,
That's how we all make it.
one
Oh my
earthbound example
god,
that
I
does
remember
exactly
that.
match this style of architecture from
I'm sorry,
Farum Azula.
I think there could be,
And I,
yes,
of
there
course,
could be
refer to the
Shaberi
Bestial
grape juice.
Sanctum in Dragon Barrow off Caelid,
I remember
the
that.
dwelling
What
of Geraint, beast
was it,
clergy.
Fish Game or something?
Not only is the Sanctum itself an
Or was
exact
it the
match
FNAF
architecturally
Gorilla Tag
inside and
game?
out, but in the surrounding area we
I
also
remember-
find familiar
Oh my god,
burial
it's all flooding
practices
back to me.
of deceased beastmen
MSMS.
posed in a dramatic fashion after death, a practice we also see throughout Farum Azula.
And his
The
little
location of this
tantrums.
building
Oh
is
my
no less
god.
significant. Hanging on the edge of the basin,
MSMS
we've
used
just
to throw
identified,
tantrums. That was
adding weight to the argument
that
that
actual
this
my
basin,
brain. I
this
never
gap
would
in
have
the
guessed
map,
that.
was
I
once
tried to
where Farum
block
Azula's
it out.
capital
I
actually lay,
never
as
wanted
the last
to
remaining
remember
piece
that.
of Farum Azula architecture on Earth is right on the
It
edge
was
of this area.
It was so
Furthermore,
bad.
the Bestial
It was
Sanctum
so
sits on the cliff
cringy. I'm
with a
sorry,
really
but
sheer face, almost as if the landmass that it was attached to
I
has
can't
fallen
believe I
or has
actually
been
wrote
torn away.
the story for
I
that.
believe that
I
the Bestial
still
Sanctum
have
is
it
the last
somewhere
remaining
too.
structure on this Earth
It's
of the Farum
definitely
Azula
still on my
metropolis,
PC.
and it greatly adds weight to the idea that the capital would have once sat here. In regards to Geraint Malekith, I have a full video on his relationship to the Beastmen, and I will link that below. Indeed, if any doubts remain that this was once the site of Farum Azula, then one need only look at the site of grace near the Bestial Sanctum, called
I'll be
Farum
back a few
Great
months.
Bridge.
Go and put me some
And by
random
reviewing
GC.
the
I was so.
details of this
I
bridge,
haven't. He
we
like
do indeed see that it
dropped
follows the
me.
same architectural
I haven't
style
heard
as Farum Azula.
from him in
Therefore,
forever.
it is almost a certainty
How's
that Farum Azula was
MSMS
once
doing?
situated
I
in
remember
this space,
signing a
once
contract with
attached
him.
to the landmass of Dragon's Barrow before being ripped away. I also note that this is called Farum Great Bridge.
We
not
actually made
Farum
an
Azula Great Bridge.
LLC
Going back to what I said about Farum
under
Azula before,
I forgot
and
whose
Azula being
name it
related
was.
to the blue of the sky, is it possible it was renamed Farum
I think it was
Azula
under one of his
when it was
parents'
brought into the
names,
sky due to Azura
called
being
Deadbeat
linked to blue,
Studios.
and then it was just called Farum when it was earthly bound.
But it was a
All
real
speculation,
LLC.
of course. But one cannot deny that the chunk in the middle of the map is pretty glaring.
I can't believe we
What is more
actually
important to
managed to
consider
do
is
that.
why Farum Azula seems to be flying, and why it is wreathed in storms. Now, what follows is of course my speculation, given we don't have actually any in-game lore that directly tells us why it is floating in the air, but I believe it must have something to do with Farum Azula's relationship to time. We've already discussed that the ancient dragons have a nascent power over time, and Farum Azula is frequently referred to as being beyond time, such as in the
We can
ancient
be
dragon
bees.
smithing stone item description.
We
I
can
believe
be
that putting it
bees.
beyond time was an
I forgot
action
about that
taken by
twin.
Placidusax, to prevent the collapse of their empire,
It
to
will.
prevent his own death. We know that Placidusax, like
It was
his
when I
kin,
was
has a
obsessed
power
with
over time,
quoting
as
Invincible.
well as storms.
Good news.
We've already
We can
discussed
finally
how Dragon
be.
Lord
This
has a
isn't your
connection to
world,
primeval
but we can
lightning.
be.
And
This is
connection
good
seems so
news.
deep
You can be a
that he is
bee.
able to
You'll live
transform
like a
himself
bee.
into a literal storm, a primeval
Mark, this is
manifestation
good
of
news.
lightning.
You'll live
And
for
given
30 years.
Placidusax's connection to the storms, I find the
It
description
was so
of
big.
the Old Lord's Talisman interesting, for it reads, a legendary talisman
Mark, I
depicting
made
the ancient
a
king
mistake.
whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time. Indeed, the words found in the Old Lord's Talisman are to
Stand
be
ready
taken
for
quite
my
literally,
arrival.
for it states that Fire Missoula lies at the heart of the storm beyond time. The time-locked Fire Missoula is indeed in the heart of the storm that is bearing Fire Missoula aloft. For when we enter its heart, we only enter the
I love you
time-locked
too,
Fire
yeah.
Missoula when the storm expands and engulfs us in the cinematic. And as it expands and touches the rubble, time begins to rewind and the damage is
Okay.
undone, highlighting that the temporal aspect that is affecting Fire Missoula
Oh,
is to be found in the heart of this storm, at the centre of Fire Missoula. So not only is Fire
I
Missoula
messed up.
trapped in time,
I
it is
did.
in a storm beyond
Oh.
time. This, for me, means it's the
Oh.
hallmarks of Placidusax's power
Hold on.
that has
Wait a minute.
created the position that has now
Hold on.
trapped Fire
Wait a minute.
Missoula. I would speculate that using his powers over the storm and over time, Placidusax at the time of his reckoning ripped Fire Missoula using his power
Ow.
of the storm and froze it within time. Of course, I am speculating heavy here, and my main source of evidence is due to the fact there's a lot of
Ken, do you wanna watch
storms in
something
Fire
yet?
Missoula,
Yes, I do.
and Placidusax has a relationship with storms. So that being said, there are definitely other possible explanations for Fire Missoula's floating abilities. A viewer of mine has offered an alternative explanation. Valeris Reinhald has suggested that Fire Missoula may be connected to gravity magic, and I will leave a link to their post on Reddit if you want to consider this alternate theory.
Black phone
There's a
2.
lot to this theory, so I won't describe it here, and definitely recommend you read their theory. But one of the points that really interests me is they point
I
out the
really want
fact
to watch Black
that the
phone 2.
meteor that strikes Fire Missoula might have something to do with its floating ability. And just for reference, the Ruin's Greatsword is the source for where we know that a meteorite once struck Fire Missoula. As Valeris quite rightly says, gravity magic is often associated with meteorites. Is it possible then that when this meteorite impacted on Fire Missoula, when it was still on the ground, that its gravity magic could have affected Fire Missoula somehow, or been exploited by its inhabitants later? This is certainly an interesting concept, and one I'm actually growing to like more than my own theory, and so again thanks to Valeris for these really interesting ideas, and I'll link his original post below. Regardless of how it ended up
I never
in the air
actually thought of
and its
that.
relationship with time, we do know that Fire
I
Missoula
thought it was.
does physically
I didn't
exist
know
somewhere
the
in the world,
meteorite.
as we can see it from various points in the lands between. It isn't another
6.
realm or
Hold on.
dimension.
I
However, its
actually have to
physical
open
position does not fully reflect its position in time.
Twitch one
And
moment.
while the royal city has been crumbling since time immemorial, as is stated by the old
Oh, I
Lord's
didn't see
Talisman,
that.
this is its state in only one time. And these ideas of time that others find
I
confusing,
need to leave. I
thankfully do
really
make
need
sense
to
to me
leave
in my
that
head
open.
because I
Okay.
watched a lot of Doctor Who when I was younger. So whilst this physical Fire Missoula does exist in our time
Thank you.
and is
Thank
crumbling,
you. Thank you.
Fire
Thank
Missoula
you.
truly exists beyond time, and thus, when we go to Fire Missoula into its heart, we can step into the Fire Missoula of old, Fire Missoula restored before it was destroyed by the meteorite. This is Fire Missoula of a different time, Fire Missoula of no time, and this is why Placidusax is still here, still alive despite his grievous injuries, because he is existing beyond time,
I can't drink
and
anymore.
thus his body and his realm aren't feeling the effects of time.
Okay.
And with that said, let us now look at the calamity and collapse of the Dragon Empire that warranted this time lock in the first place. As magnificent as the ancient dragon civilization
drank.
was, it did not last forever, as we well know, and now it is truly ancient history. The literal destruction of Fire Missoula's masonry came at the hands of a meteorite, something we've just discussed, but it's something we can learn of via the Ruin's Greatsword, which reads, originally rubble from a ruin which
I
fell
have
from
a
the
bed
sky.
bench.
The ruin it came from crumbled
thing.
when struck by a meteorite. So I had thought when researching this video that this item description, alongside the ruin fragments, would discredit the notion the meteorite could have struck Farum Azula while it was still on the ground
I thought
and
the
caused its
meteorite
ability
struck
to be
somewhere
able to
else,
float
not Farum Azula.
because of the way that the ruins fell from the sky. However, that isn't entirely true, as it means that it could have crumbled when it was hit, and that its ruins fell off it and crumbled off it when it was in the sky, an injury from that past meteoric hit. However, that being said, I am still of the notion that Placidusax made the city float in his desperate attempt to save his civilization alongside locking it in time, and it was after this point that it was struck by a meteorite. Either way, on either side of this argument, it was not the meteorite that actually caused the collapse and destruction of the Dragonkin. This just serves as a final nail in their civilization's coffin. So no, I do not believe this meteorite caused the fall of the dragons, and that it was caused by something else. And this fall must be tied to the abandonment of this civilization's god, either because their god fled, or it was an event that led their god to flee, which would lead their civilization to collapse. And for me, there's a number of factors to consider, as well as the timescales that we have to look at. The first timescale is one I've discussed before, something that I've discussed in my Erdtree lore video. In that video, I discussed the fact that there is evidence that possibly suggests a large vacuum of power, a long time period, between the collapse of the ancient dragon's rule and the rule of Queen Marika, i.e. that the ancient dragons didn't rule up till the moment that the Erdtree emerged. I suggest this for a number of reasons in that video. Firstly, we have clearly demonstrated throughout this video that the age of the dragons was so far in the past, millennia ago, to the point where it stretches credulity that their empire could have lasted all this way to the beginning of the Erdtree era, which, if we're carrying on our earlier allegories of the prehistory period, the Leyndell era is more like the medieval era of our world. This is a huge stretch of time. In addition to this, there is an event that is closer to the Erdtree era, which is centered around a subspecies of the modern dragons, the frost dragons.
Alright, Ema, head out. Great figuring out how we knew each other, haha. I am gonna go play Fortnite or something IDAC. Godskin is annoying. CYA.
And chased from its peak.
Also, just a
Borealis
tip, if
is
you're
a
still
modern
here,
dragon, so we know that these ice dragons were of the same
just
type.
do
fire
not,
giants
whatever
are
you do,
civilization
summon three
that
Godskin
overlap
Apostles.
with
It
the rise
increases
of
their
the
health and
Erdtree,
just makes them
as
more
well as the
difficult.
mountaintop astrologer.
Try and do it by
This
yourself.
therefore places the fire giants,
Anyways,
and
it was
thus
nice.
this
It was nice
conflict,
seeing you again.
far, far, far closer
Bye.
to our current era than the ancient dragon civilization. The reason that I see this as significant is because I see the modern dragons as a devolution of their distant ancient kin. More bestial, mortal, and less powerful. We learn of the modern subspecies via the Dragon Wound Grease item description, which reads, "When the dragons were born from their ancient kin, they lost their stone scales, which can now be used to cause them mortal harm. Their name alone conjures the idea that these dragons are far distant kin who have evolved more recently, having devolved over time from their mighty, more intelligent forebears, losing their gravel stone scales, their 4 legs, and their ability to wield the power of the greater will, i.e. the red lightning. Additionally, if the ancient dragons were still ruling at this stage, would they really have let the fire giants defeat some of their kin without interference? In addition, as I pointed out in my Marika and Erdtree lore video, I think there's evidence of practices and civilizations rising and falling
Grassy parts
that
like this.
surely would have been hard to
Elysian
achieve
green.
with the dragons
was the
and
yellow.
the greater will ruling supreme.
Oh,
Just to name a few civilizations
ooh,
and
that
practices,
scared me.
there was the ancient
That
dynasty,
scared me.
the Rot Lords,
Hey,
the
why
Death
didn't you mean
Rites,
that at you?
and potentially the Nox. As we saw during the early conquests of Marika and
I'm
Godfrey's
looking
reign,
at.
rival civilizations don't last
I
particularly
could
long.
have.
And if the greater
I
will
could
was still
have
represented
got
by the dragons
low
in this
T-
era, why did they
Oh,
not quash
oh, you
all
could
the
have got-
rival practices and civilizations?
My bad, twin.
However, that being said, I do acknowledge I could just be wrong, and that all these developments, including the development of the
Okay,
modern dragon subspecies,
Mm,
could have happened alongside ancient dragon rule.
Shake it up a little bit.
The reason I'm coming around to this idea is twofold. Firstly, I have already contended that the dragon's power was tied to the crucible. Would it not make sense then that their power and their god would dwindle as the Crucible transitioned
It's
into the Erdtree, marking the end of the primeval era and rule of the dragons, and marking the beginning of the ordered rule of the Erdtree in Marika, and that it was the beginning of the Erdtree that marked their collapse. This secondary idea may also tie in better with the War of the Ancient Dragons. This is an event we hear about via Grand Sax's Bolt. What I find interesting is that it is referred to as a bitter war, and I've always interpreted the insult of the dragons as driven by bitter jealousy. We are never really told the reason behind Grand Sax and the Ancient Dragons' assault on Leyndell, and we can only speculate on their true motivations, and I do want to make it clear what follows will be my speculation. But given that the Ancient Dragons were the chosen of the Greater Will, but were later supplanted and replaced by Marika and the Erdtree, does it not make sense that the dragons would see Marika's reign as rival to theirs, as taking what was their birthright,
supposed to use the broken brush,
that they were being replaced by a new
break
order,
it even more,
and that they sought to reclaim their lordship? It does indeed feel like the Erdtree and its followers were meant to defeat the dragons, that they were chosen to succeed them. For Grand Sax's Bolt makes it clear that this war was the greatest challenge that Leyndell ever faced, and it seems close to unbelievable that a beast such as Grand Sax, flanked by beings like Fortisax and Landsax, could even be defeated. The answer may come via the Golden Lightning Fortification incantation, as this reads, an incantation of Erdtree worship. This incantation was used by the Knights of the Erdtree during the assault by the great ancient dragon Grand Sax, and the bitter war of the ancient dragons that followed. So the Erdtree had the power to resist the might and strength of the dragons, and thus the Erdtree offered protection to its warriors during this war. The Erdtree and the dragons both are creations of the Greater Will via the Elden Ring, and it is clear which side the Greater Will chose. The time of the dragon and the Crucible had passed. The Erdtree and its power was ascendant, and thus heroes like Godwyn the Golden, who possessed the gold power of the Erdtree and descended from its royalty, was able to beat mighty dragons such as Fortisax. Yet it still speaks to the power of Grand Sax and his fellow dragons, that despite the Greater Will's power going against them, they still gave Leyndell a black eye that they would never forget. Either way, it doesn't really matter in regards to the timeline, because whether the collapse happened thousands of years ago, or whether it happens at the advent of the Erdtree, the dragon's assault does make sense. In both cases, they are trying to restore themselves to their former glory. The collapse of an empire is not such a simple event. Look at the collapse of Rome, for example. And while the War of the Ancient Dragons certainly secured their fate and established Erdtree primacy once and for all, there is no doubt that other factors must have played a role in the downfall of their society and empire. And one of the theories I would like to suggest goes back to our discussion on Placidusax and the story of his mythological inspiration, Tiamat. Tiamat faced a rebellion from her children, before both she and her husband were killed by them. Could the wounds found on Placidusax be the result of a similar insurrection? A rebellion by his children, by his dragons? It has always been interesting to me that Grand Sax appears to be leading the assault on Leyndell, not Placidusax. As it was with Tiamat and her children, is it possible that Grand Sax, clearly an offspring of immense power, could have overthrown Placidusax and the god? I do want to make it clear that this is of course my speculation, based only on Placidusax's mythological origins, as well as Grand Sax's position as leader during the War of the Ancient Dragons. Placidusax
cover the
is
building
so
and
savagely
bell
wounded
in the
that it would take a
silicon
being
gray.
of such immense power to cause such dire wounds to a being who itself is extremely powerful, possessed
Cover
of
just
mortal
the building.
skills that can barely be penetrated
Okay, hold on.
by mortal weapons. Another facet of Grand Sax that has always interested me is his bolt, the weapon he has next to his corpse.
Hold on.
We don't really see any other dragons using weapons,
Cover tree.
so why does Grand Sax have this weapon, and why in this particular shape? Well, the answer may come from Placidusax himself.
Rook bodyguard,
For if
cover
you
the
slow down
building and
Placidusax's
bell in
attack,
the silicon
you can see that
gray.
his thunderbolts take the exact form that Grand
King
Sax's
Stormburn
bolt
and
does.
fur.
If I am right about Grand Sax overthrowing Placidusax, could it be that this replica of Placidusax's lightning is like a scepter, an artificial recreation of that regal lightning, a symbol of rule, to show that he has taken the Dragon Lord's place. This would make sense to me, because Grandsax wouldn't have the Dragon Lord's mastery over lightning, and thus this spear could serve as an artificial surrogate to reproduce the Stormlord's power and serve as a powerful symbol for Grandsax. Perhaps it doesn't matter if the War of the Dragons happened immediately after their decline, or if it was the result of a rebellion. Perhaps Placidusax did send Grandsax for this final attempt. Regardless, it was clearly a Hail Mary attempt by Grandsax and his fellows to restore the luster of their empire. His death and the capitulation of their kind marked the conclusion to their primacy either way. And regardless of my speculation, the main factors are this. The power and primacy of the dragons failed for whatever reason. Placidusax was wounded, and their god fled. Placidusax would then freeze Farum Azula in time, in a vain attempt to preserve what was left, in the hopes that their god would one day restore them to full glory. Grandsax and his fellows attempted a final Hail Mary to destroy their rivals and become the Greater Will's chosen once more. But all of these failed. Placidusax is gravely wounded, the god is no more, Farum Azula is shattered, and Grandsax, the mightiest of their kind, is dead. And now, with that being said, let us move on to the legacy of the dragons in the aftermath of the War of the Ancient Dragons. While the dragons were defeated, they were not dishonoured by their foes. Quite the contrary. One of the mightiest heroes on the side of the Erdtree was Godwyn the Golden, who we've mentioned already. Clearly at this stage, Godwyn was one of the most prominent members of the Erdtree royal family, and one of the greatest shining champions of the Erdtree. We hear of his exploits via the sword memorials, but more importantly we hear of it via the lightning spear incantation, which reads as follows. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. Godwyn defeating Fortisax is no mean feat, for we learn via Fortisax's lightning spear that he was one of the most powerful amongst his kin, being able to wield 2 lightning spears at one time instead of 1 like his other brethren. And as we have already discussed, the etymology of his name suggests how powerful he really was, and so it's an incredible feat that he was defeated by Godwyn the Golden. Yet he was treated with respect in the feat, and as such one of the most legendary friendships in history was established, the comradeship of Fortisax and Godwyn, which would inspire the people of the capital to respect their defeated foe. This is the greatest legacy of dragonkind. Not only is the friendship of Godwyn and Fortisax one of the most pure in the whole story of Elden Ring, as I discussed.
Wait, Godwyn was a friend with Fortisax?
But it shows the best of both human and dragon kind, as they create a respectful alliance that spreads throughout the capital. And indeed the actions of Fortisax and Lansax show how intelligent and magnanimous those of the dragon kind could be. They are not just bestial powers of destruction, they are far more than that. Via the dragon cult, the adoption of their ways and powers would be passed down, wielded by the knights of this new Erdtree order. And in a way, this is right. The defenders of the Erdtree are ultimately the inheritors of the dragons. They are taking up the same role the ancient dragons did during their heyday. This was a respectful exchange of information, knowledge, and power, and would lead to the rise of some incredible heroes like Vike and Kristoff, the latter even being powerful enough to defeat and subdue the demigod Godefroy. The easy integration of dragon worship into the worship of the Erdtree may seem surprising for an order that would eventually become known for its intolerance of others. However, it is easily explained by the Gravel Stolen Seal which we read earlier. These beliefs of dragonkind do not conflict with those of the Erdtree because they are both tied with gold. They are both servants of the Greater Will. And it wasn't just Fortisax that helped inspire this new order. His sister Lansax took on a human form and communed with the Dragon Knights in person as a priestess, as we learn via Lansax's glaive, which reads, Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. To this day, Lansax still guards the Erdtree capital, showing how close her bond is with her one-time enemies. One of her greatest adherents was the Round Table Knight Vike, something we learn of via Vike's Dragon Bolt, which reads, "Of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lansax loved the most." Vike was loved by Lansax and called the Dragon Spear, no doubt as a result of his iconic spear and his mastery over dragon incantations. We learn via
I can
Vike's
think of
armor set
another
that he
reason
was
it's
the
called
closest
Dragon
tarnished
Spear.
to achieving lordship, no doubt as a result of his powerful dragon incantations. And had he become lord, the legacy of the dragons could have gone even further, placing a dragon cult leader upon the throne. This makes me wish that we could have allied with Lansax in the game to become a dragon cult Elden Lord. Even the Sentinels of the Erd Tree, mighty guardians in their own right, were inspired by the might of Lansax and his fellows,
I'm
so much so
for
that they too incorporated their power and symbolism into their get-up, as we can see from the Draconic Tree Sentinels, who are in essence modified versions of the regular Tree Sentinels, who believed that by imitating Grandsax's power, that they could be strong enough to protect the Erd Tree from true enemies. Then of course there are the ancient dragon's distant kin, the modern dragon, who take on a far more bestial and traditional draconic form. Having lost their immortality and stone scales, they are far removed from their regal ancestors, to the point that gravel stone is now anathema to their existence, as told to us via the dragon Wound Grease. I won't be covering the modern dragons in this video as they are beyond the scope of it. However, I would highly recommend Ashen Hollow's dragon lore video, as he covers each dragon in great detail. But in short, the legacy of the ancient dragons do live on in these beasts nonetheless, for while their bodies might not be coated in gravel stone scales, their hearts are, as we can see from their dragon heart item description. These hearts are power, and these hearts are a prize for some, as there is a more sinister group that covet the powers of the dragon, that are a dark shadow to the dragon cult of the capital. We are talking of the Dragon Hunters of Dragon Communion. Whereas dragon cultists have a respectful and almost religious relationship with the ancient dragons, the dragon hunters are more obsessed with hunting down the bestial power of the modern dragons. And it is fitting that the dragon cult has a relationship with the ancient dragons, and the dragon communion hunters have a relationship with the modern dragons, as the former pair are more regal and respectful, and the latter are more bestial and violent. We learn of these practices via Yura, who says the following on those who hunt dragon hearts.
"Beautiful work, felling that dragon, and as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in Dragon Communion if you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity. Their hunger for dragon, their yearning, only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment. The strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous.
Indeed, the dragon hunters slay modern dragons and take their hearts before consuming them in rituals at the sites of Dragon Communion, taking the powers of the slain dragon for themselves. Specifically, the powers they gain from consuming the heart are a manifestation of that specific dragon whose heart they have just consumed. It's almost as if the dragons themselves live on to a degree in the hearts, and when consumed, they live on in the dragon hunters. And given the heart's item description says that they are covered in the gravel stone scales of immortality, this could well be true. These dragons literally live on in the hosts that consume them. These sites of Dragon Communion are of interest to me as well. They are clearly religious sites, with both having the corpse of an ancient dragon and dragon statues all around. I think the connection to the ancient dragon cult can be made all the clearer if we look at some of the iconography found at these sites. Firstly, the statues here depict ancient dragons, as you can actually find their heads lying about. Secondly, and more importantly, the plinths used in the act of Dragon Communion are of Farum Azula design, as we can see that if we compare it to similar models found on the Bestial Sanctum, and found in Faramazilla itself. All speculation, of course, but given the presence of an ancient dragon corpse and the weathered dragon statues, to me it suggests that this was the site of a once more respectful cult, but the mistreated and unkempt nature of these statues speak volume for their new beliefs. It is less about respect and more about power. While Dragon Communion works almost instantly by transferring the power of the dragons to its consumer, there is a price to be paid, and this is warned to us by Yura. It begins subtly at first, an unquenchable thirst that leads him to consume more and more hearts, and in time it changes from a want to have the power of the dragons to be a dragon oneself. In time the effects begin to show, first with dragon eyes, before finally the hunter will become an abomination, a pitiful mockery of the dragon form, a magma worm. We learn of this ultimate dreadful fate via the magma worm scale sword, which reads, "It is said these land-bound dragons were once humans, heroes who partook in dragon communion, a grave transgression, which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves." So the first thing to note is that despite being degenerate, they are dragons. This description describes them as land-bound dragons, and when we kill them we do get a dragon heart, but they are being punished for a transgression according to the magma worm scale sword. Remember we discussed in an earlier chapter that the dragons almost seem to be the perfect creation made specifically by the greater will for their plans. Would it therefore not be a transgression to try and pervert God's first creation? And indeed, this does sound biblical, and that's because it is. The idea of being cursed to crawl in the earth is a biblical one, for in Genesis 3:14,
Snakes! Oh my
God
god!
curses
Wait,
the
oh wait.
serpent and his kind
That's
for
right.
his role in misleading Adam and Eve. The passage reads as follows: "So the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life." The language is so similar that it is evident that the author of the item description of the magma worm scale sword is actually directly eliciting the curse lain upon serpent kind by God. The magma worms are in the same boat. They have transgressed the natural law as set out by the god of this world. Men aren't meant to be dragons. The ancient dragons were divine creations of the greater will at the beginning of time. The dragon cult is different because they respectfully learn the skills and incantations of the dragons, but they do not take their power, and they do not seek to become dragons themselves. While the dragons are majestic beings of power and grace who can soar through the skies, the magma worms are dreadful serpentine fat shadows with mocking wings, which have no hope of lifting up their ungraceful massive bodies into the sky. They are cursed to crawl along the dirt, a fitting punishment for those who seek to soar amongst the clouds. And indeed, their fate is also reflective of the dragonkin, another attempt to artificially gain the power of the dragons. Men are not meant to have the strength of dragons, and for reaching above their station and perverting the natural order as set out by the greater will at the beginning of time, both these pale imitations are cursed ever to stare skyward in a tortured existence. It is a lesson that has been taught to us all through myth and religion since time immemorial. Like in the story of the Garden of Eden, greed and coveting that which is not yours is a transgression, and while you may get what you want and take it by force, it might not be what you expect. The time of the dragons is over, and the world is much bereft of their regality and power. There are those who respect it, those who worship it, those who fear it, and those who covet it. In all cases, the dragon will ever be a symbol of power and majesty, the first chosen of the greater will, and one can't help but wonder, perhaps they were the most fit to rule, and the world has just been on a downward spiral since their collapse. And yet, they still have a role to play in the great conclusion of our story, for within Round Table Hold exists a blacksmith, working tirelessly towards a singular goal: to craft a weapon capable of slaying a god, an impossible task if one is to believe Gideon Ofnir, for as he says, Man cannot kill a god. But perhaps a god can be affected by time. Perhaps they can be moved right to the end of their timeline in an instant, having been struck by a weapon that slightly twists time. A weapon bolstered by the scale of the ancient dragon lord. The more recent history of the lands between is dominated by the Golden Order, Radagon, Marika, and her demigod offspring. Yet as with every From Software game, the lore of Elden Ring is extremely layered, with the current civilization being built on top of those that came before. One of these past civilizations is of course the Beastmen of Fire Mozilla, and on first playthrough, it is easy to overlook the significance of these beings as just another enemy archetype. But Fire Mozilla is one of the best designed areas in the game, and upon closer investigation, there's a lot of depth to their culture and significance to their thematics. The beast civilization of Fire Mozilla is a fascinating one, but it is the significance that beasts hold thematically in later times that fascinates me more. So join me this week as we examine the Beastman civilization, their evolution, history, culture, and what they can tell us about the nature of humanity itself. At this stage, I would like to give a massive shout out to Loki, author of Abyssal Archive, for not only providing me with translations for this video, but also their keen insights into the subject matter. Beasts are a very nuanced theme in Elden Ring, and Loki provided some real missing links to my ideas and theories. The most logical place for us to start when it comes to talking about the Beastmen is with one of the most important events in their civilization, the advent of intelligence, an event that would ultimately make them what they are. The several references we get to these Beastmen gaining intelligence suggest that before gaining intelligence they were beasts of the wild. We get a couple of instances of connections between regular, non-sentient beasts and the Beastmen themselves, suggesting a sort of kinship between the two. For example, in Groveside Cave in Limgrave, we can find a pack of wolves that is seemingly being led by a Beastman of Fire Mozilla, with them all having slaughtered the Godric soldiers here and taken up residence as a sort of pack. As pointed out to me by Loki in our discussion regarding this subject, there is another instance of a Beastman pack, so to speak, this time in Dragon Barrow Cave, a cave filled with a rune bear and another pack of wolves, all seemingly being led by a pair of beastmen, this time found further in the cave. Perhaps these beastmen had fallen with the rubble of Fire Mozilla. The rubble, of course, we can see all throughout Limgrave and elsewhere in the lands between. The connection between sentient beastmen and regular beasts is also compounded by the depictions of regular animals in Fire Mozilla, i.e. the wolf pack that we find in the central part of Fire Mozilla, this being the centre of their civilization and regular wolves being venerated in statue form. There's also another interesting observation made by Tarnished Archaeologist in their Fire Mozilla lore video, which is that some of the beastmen found throughout the game and in Fire Mozilla seem to be reverting to their prior bestial behaviours, crawling on their hands and knees and eating off the grounds as if this is actually their natural state of being. My conclusion therefore is that Beastmen society are evolved sentient variants of regular animals such as wolves, and given the association of Sarosh and lion imagery, we could also speculate that other types of beasts could have joined wolves in their ascendance, becoming the species we know as Beastmen, and later on we will assess the different variations of beasts found within this society. This straight up evolution from regular animals is supported by in-game lore, found in the Bestial Vitality incantation, which reads the following. Having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away, as civilization took hold. The fact this description describes their wildness slipping away suggests that before they gained intelligence, they were wild animals. And their transformation into a sentient species is a well-documented event in a couple of items, most notably in the Cinquedea, which reads the following. Their design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The word cinquedea itself means 5 fingers, and this is in reference to the real weapon of the same name in the real world, where the width of the blade at the guard is said to be the width of 5 fingers. But in the world of Elden Ring, this is more literally depicted, as we can actually see 5 fingers widthwise across the blade. Indeed, the name, width, and design are all representative of 5 fingers. In all accounts, it is a well-made symbolic representation of 5 fingers, and the 5 fingers are significant because it represents the advent of their intelligence. We will revisit this shortly when we look at the clergy of the Beastmen, but the fact that this is the symbolism associated with a blade wielded by the religious arm of Beastmen society, Beast Clergymen, really shows how important this event is to Beastman society. And of course it should be, as in a way this is their genesis. It was the event that led to them becoming the Beastman society that they are. It is the beginning of their story, so no wonder it is wielded in a symbolic way by their clergymen. As I have touched on in previous videos, the reason that 5 fingers are symbolic of intelligence is because it represents the use of a hand with opposable thumbs, an anatomy that allows intelligent races to use tool, and the use of tools is often the first sign of a more advanced culture and intelligence, as it was in our own prehistory. But also in a more literal sense, a 5-fingered hand is an anatomical separation between them as an intelligent bipedal race from their non-sentient quadrupedic ancestors. This is the most clear physical difference between Beastmen and their less intelligent cousins. But the Beastmen becoming intelligent is described in a quite unusual fashion, in my opinion. For example, let's again re-examine the description of the cinquedea, which says, the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The language used here, in my opinion, is very deliberate, and seems to suggest that intelligence was pushed upon them or given to them by an external force, rather than something that came about via natural evolution. When we talk about the advent of bestial intelligence, I often think of our ancestors picking up the tool as one of the first indications of our own ascension to a sentient intelligent race, again using our 5 fingers to wield a tool and to take our culture and civilization to something more than just a beast. And of course, most see this as a gradual case of evolution in the real world, that generation by generation our hominid ancestors eventually learned how to use tools effectively. However, there is a fascinating interpretation of this found in the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. 2001: A Space Odyssey is based on Arthur C. Clarke's book called The Sentinel, and essentially it is a sci-fi that charts humanity's advancement from our primate ancestry to a spacefaring race. But the main interesting part about the story is how each stage of human advancement is marked with the contact of a cosmic force, represented by alien obelisks. The implication is that each encounter with these obelisks somehow imparts humanity with the knowledge necessary to ascend to the next level of consciousness and understanding. Going back to the beginning of the story, it starts with our primate ancestors. After a tribe of hominids comes into contact with one of these obelisks, they soon realize the usefulness of wielding bones as tools or weapons, and thus they drive a rival group off a watering hole using the advantage of essentially having weapons, whereas their rivals have none. The film then skips forward to show a spacefaring humanity, heavily implying that this alien influence was responsible for granting humanity the next level of intelligence, from picking up a bone and gaining an understanding of fundamental tools to becoming a spacefaring race. Now, I am not suggesting that the Beastmen of Fire Missoula encountered an alien obelisk. I believe that the wording in the cinquedea suggests that likewise an external force was responsible for them gaining consciousness and a new level of intelligence, and that this intelligence was in fact granted upon regular beasts, which is why Beastmen of Fire Missoula share a kinship with wolves and other animals, because they were once the same. Once they were quadrupedic beasts like wolves, bears and lions, But then they were granted intelligence and became an upright race that would eventually become the beastmen that we know today. I do think this ties in with the wording of bestial vitality, which again suggests that the beasts were aware of this transition from beast to intelligent life, something that was sudden, and this description wouldn't make sense if it was a gradual evolutionary process. Now, this brings us to the big question: if intelligence was pushed upon beasts to make them the beastmen, what forces are responsible for this? Of course we enter speculation territory here, but to me, the most likely culprits for this were the Lords of the Day, Placidusax and his god, the ruling order of the dragons. Again, this isn't a particularly new concept for veterans of the channel, but it is clear that there was a sort of relationship between the dragons and the beastmen of Farum Azula, as indicated by the statues found throughout Farum Azula, one of servitude, the beastmen serving the dragons. Now, as most will be aware, it is more or less outright stated that the dragons occupied the same position that Marika and her Elden Lords would, that they had a god, an Elden Lord, that presided over the Elden Ring. We learn that the greatest among the dragons, Placidusax, was Elden Lord in the time before the Erdtree, as his remembrance states. The Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm, beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return. Placidusax was Elden Lord, and it means that his god, his consort, occupied the same position that Marika would later on, the god of the current order. As a side note, I've never really discussed the god that Placidusax was consort to, and maybe one day I will discuss it in a later video, but as an interesting side note, Loki made the suggestion that the statue found in Farum Azula that shows the female figure surrounded by 3 wolves could have been the god that Placidusax was consort to, and that the wolves surrounding her is symbolic of her dominion over beastmen. So credit to Loki for that interesting observation, but let me know your thoughts in the comments below about who you think the god to Placidusax was. Finally, of course, we get a depiction of an older, more feral and wild version of the Elden Ring in Farum Azula, and to me it's most obviously representing the Elden Ring at the time when Placidusax was Elden Lord. And again, this suggests that dragon civilization was once the capital of order, as Leyndell would later become, and that Placidusax and his god ruled over the land much as Marika and Godfrey once did. Thus it would make sense if intelligence was granted to beasts by the dragon god or Placidusax himself, given they would have been able to brandish the power of the Elden Ring at this stage. And given the key role that beastmen seem to play in this beastman dragon society, it would make sense to elevate another life form so that they may help with the construction of a new culture and civilization. As we had already noted, the idea of intelligence being granted to beastmen is closely linked with beastmen clergy, via the Cinque Dea's design, and the fact that the bestial clergy wield this weapon as a sort of ceremonial reminder of this key event. But we also see beast clergymen in statue scenes, where they are sort of subservient to dragons, and we see these statues all throughout Farum Azula. Could it not be then that if dragons and intelligence are both connected to the beast clergymen, i.e. the central religious body of Farum Azula society, that these two events are linked, at least to the beastmen, that to them they attribute the granting of their intelligence to their dragon overlords. And that is why both intelligence and dragons are celebrated by the clergy. Earlier on in this chapter we acknowledged an observation made by Tarnished Archaeologist, where it seems as some of the beastmen are beginning to revert to their bestial nature, crawling on their hands and knees, and eating off the ground like their quadrupedic cousins. But why, and what can this tell us about the beastmen? Well, we also get discussion of one's bestial nature returning in the lore of Geraint, Malekith's alter ego. We see this in the Beastclaw incantation description, which reads the following. The incantation represents the fury of Geraint. His bestial nature returned, as much as it does his restless agitation. Again, this seems to imply that Geraint himself now has his bestial nature returning, once again implying that this was his natural state, that of a wild beast, and that his intelligence is the result of an outside force that is now fading. Now, Geraint's bestial nature returning could be for a number of reasons. It could be because he was once a beast of Far Missoula, that he is also experiencing the same regression that some of the other beastmen are. Or it could be that because he is a shadow of the Empyrean to Marika, that because her order is shattered, he is beginning to lose the intelligence that was granted upon him when he was chosen to serve as her shadow. Indeed, let us sidestep for a moment and discuss the shadows of the Empyrean, as I do believe it's a useful illustration for evidence that these great external forces can actually shape life and push intelligence upon them when needed. Rani, in her oft-quoted speech, gives us a brief insight into how she received Blythe, her shadow-bound beast, and their relationship as Empyrean and Shadow.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
This speech describes the process by which Empyreans are granted their shadow-bound beasts, with the two fingers themselves playing a pivotal role, themselves vassals of the Greater Will. I thus believe that the power of the Greater Will, or the Elden Ring, can specifically tailor these beasts, moulding them like clay into forms useful for their Empyreans. One thing before we go further is I do want to discuss the concept of the Shadowbound, which is really an addendum to the previous Shadowbound lore video that I did last year. In that video I had suggested that these shadows, the shadows of the Empyrean, were completely made from the ground up by the two fingers. But upon reflection of all this lore, I would have to say that I've changed my mind. The ideas of the beastmen in general being granted intelligence and essentially being reformed as a new species gives precedent that existing life forms can be tailor-made, altered until they are the forms of the Shadowbound that we see in-game, namely Blythe and Malekith. And so, once again I've changed my mind and I believe I was wrong, as I so often am. Specifically what Rani actually says here is that Blythe was tailored to a form that suits an Empyrean and her needs. Tailoring, the word, is a fitting of existing clothes or materials to fit the needs or form of the customer, meaning that the shadow is an existing being altered to fit the needs of said Empyrean. Blythe looks very wolfen, and so to me it suggests that he was straight up tailored from the form of a wild wolf, or a man and a wolf being forged together. Malekith is slightly different. He has two distinct identities, playing the role of a bestial clergyman within his form of Geraint, and retreating to the old haunts of beastmen society, Far Missoula and the Bestial Sanctum. In my Shadowbound video I had speculated that Malekith was simply hiding out in Far Missoula and that he wasn't a real beastman or beast clergyman. Having reflected on these ideas, I do believe that he was truly a beast clergyman, like the ones depicted in the statues, and that when Marika needed a shadow, Geraint was reformed or tailored into a more powerful shape that would be useful to her, the shape that we know as Malekith. Now that Marika has gone, Malekith retreats into his former life, partially to disguise himself and hide the Root of Death, because it is a role he knows so well. Yet like other beastmen, he has felt his wildness returning to him, as we can see in the Beastclaw incantation, and in his aggressive behaviour when he attacks us, almost like a beast without any control. So yeah, that's my revised opinion on the shadows, that if a whole species of beastmen can be formed and altered by pushing intelligence on them, then surely individual creatures can be tailored so that they fit the needs of an Empyrean. But my main reason for bringing up these shadows of the Empyrean is to show that there is precedent for these greater powers, be it the Elden Ring, Greater Will, or Two Fingers, being able to alter life in ways they see fit. And thus I believe that it was the power of order, the Elden Ring, or the god of the dragons, that pushed intelligence onto the beastmen in the first place,
One small
so
thing.
that they may play a role in their emerging
Minor
civilization.
thing.
And yet
Minor
their
entry.
origins couldn't be more clear in their appearance, and in the fact that there's plenty of evidence that some are returning to their bestial ways, their bestial, more natural nature returning to them. With all that said, in a way I've always seen the dragons as somewhat analogous to the dinosaurs, and the evolution of beastmen society as early and prehistoric man. And so I see the civilization of Fire Missoula and the dragons as early on in the timeline, especially if you consider the references to the prehistoric time of the dragons, as well as the allusions to prehistory in beastmen society, and that this granting of intelligence to the beastmen was really the start of intelligent and sentient life in the lands between. Now, this ultimately brings us to the central paradoxical themes that surround the beasts in Elden Ring, and really my main incentive for wanting to do this video: the dual yet opposing themes of bestial nature and wisdom, both of which the beasts can represent in this world. And at this point I would like to credit the content creator Hawkshaw and their amazing video on colours. While I won't be referencing colours that much in this video,
really
their ideas on the thematics in Elden Ring, especially when it comes to beasts, violence and animals, and more animalistic instincts that they cover in their Red chapter, has been highly influential in me assessing these themes throughout Elden Ring in general. And so while I will credit them directly at stages throughout this video, I just wanted to make it clear that their ideas in this colours video has fundamentally altered the way I see the themes in Elden Ring. So let us start with the most basic components of the beasts in general when assessing their thematics. And I do mean this in the most literal sense and physical sense. As in Elden Ring we have access to all sorts of naturalistic ingredients for crafting and alchemy.
It sounds going too far.
Including bodily remains of beasts.
Okay, now you unfocus.
So let us start with some of these items, such as the beast
Lock
liver,
in.
which reads as follows.
Now.
The fresh liver of a
I'll
beast,
unfocus.
a luscious fruit of life. A fruit of life. So clearly we are already looking at a thematic allusion towards life and vitality found within the beasts themselves. And this is something that may already be quite obvious when we consider that
Stop
in the real world,
auto-focusing.
wild animals are the most obvious depiction of these ideas in myth and symbology. Then of course we get the beast blood item description, which reads, fresh beast blood,
There.
glinting with gold. This glimmering blood never rots or decays.
That's wrong.
Whilst this is a less direct allusion to vitality, it very much is directing us towards the same themes.
Finishing
the blood
touches.
never rots or decays, showing the almost
tree.
supernatural power
Can't
of
read the
lively vigour
tree.
found within a beast's blood, as if they are life and vitality made manifest. We also know that the gold found within the blood is associated with ideas of life. Grace and gold is very much tied to life, something that is very much made clear to us via the greatest lore item in the game, the Alban Auric Bloodclot. The very name Alban Auric most likely means absent gold or absent gold pigment, and this makes sense given that these are artificial life forms, so they are absent life. This becomes all the more clear when we read the item description of the Alban Auric Bloodclot itself, which reads, the thick coagulated blood of the Alban Aurics. Alban Aurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. Untouched by grace, untouched by gold. Artificial life forms, and thus they are seen as impure. The beast blood stands in stark contrast to its pale cousin, where the latter represents silver and artificiality, and absence of grace. Beast blood represents gold, grace, natural life, and vitality. And this is what beasts as a whole represent, vitality and natural life. These thematics of course make sense when we look at beasts in their original natural form. The wolf, the lion, the bear, vicious, powerful, uncompromising, full of life, and true to their nature. The description of the claw-marked seal, the seal used by Geraint, speaks of Geraint's wrath, and in tandem with the beast claw incantation that describes his natural bestial nature returning, we can see that wrath and violence is another bestial trait, the wrath and violence of Geraint. This wrathful aspect of their nature is another easy thematic to understand. Humans behave in a civilized manner, apparently, while those in touch with their primitive bestial side are more likely to succumb to acts of great violence or lust. A point well made by Hawkshaw in the Colours lore video, where they point out the significance of the ruler's mask item description, which reads the following. Such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise, and possessing a certain defanged geniality. One at the centre of society often finds these qualities most expedient. The implication here is clear. Defanged behaviour, i.e. anti-animal behaviour, poise, wisdom, etc., is aligned with civilization, and fanged behaviour, violence, animalistic urges, etc., is associated with beasts. And yet beasts within Elden Ring are used to represent both wisdom and this animalistic urge.
Okay.
Let's take Sorosh for example.
Hey Jasper,
A beast
are you
himself,
still here?
yet one firmly associated with wisdom above everything else. One mention we get of Sorosh is via the Beast Claw Greathammer, which reads the following. Greathammer,
If you're still here and you can hear me, Jasper,
to resemble
I need you to do me a favor.
Claws. The black nails protruding from the golden fur are said to represent Sorosh, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's regent. Here we have a hammer modelled on Sorosh that, surprise, surprise, makes reference to the 5 fingers or claws of intelligence. Furthermore, we find the following described in the Golden Beast Crest Shield, which reads, the beast depicted is Sorosh, aged counsellor, who guides the golden lineage. So here the mighty Sorosh is described chiefly as a counsellor, i.e. an advisor, valued for his wisdom, not his physical prowess. In addition to this, we see in the description of the Godfrey Eidolon talisman, it is Sorosh's presence that actually calms Godfrey's bloodlust, drains it rather than exacerbates it. Indeed, Godfrey is actually less of a beast when he is paired with Sorosh, Sorosh himself being a beast. And when Godfrey violently severs that connection, Hoaraloo reveals himself as more of a feral beast than any other real beast we face in the game. So why are beasts, of course, still the representations of violence and animal urges? Yet there are beasts like Sorosh, who are chiefly associated with wisdom and calm. Well, this is a dichotomy that I wanted to get to grips with when discussing this video, and so I discussed the matter with Loki, author of the Abyssal Archive, in great detail. It was at this point that Loki pointed out the description of Bernal's helmet, which reads the following. The beasts, their eyes and ears covered, represent an oath. See nothing, hear nothing, doubt nothing, and carry on, along the path set in stone. Bernal is another champion of great violence, and his armor set is covered in beasts. And now, this description that we just read may seem a little odd and random, and it might be confusing as to what it's actually trying to get across. This is where Loki provided an astute observation, as they observed the animals depicted on the helmet and armor are not literally covering their eyes and ears, so we shouldn't be taking this as a literal description. Rather, the item description of Bernal's helmet is a metaphorical message. And I will quote Loki now when they were trying to explain this from their perspective. See no evil, hear no evil, of the 3 wise monkeys, you could say. So this might play into the idea of a beast's wisdom, or how becoming a beast turns you into someone who blindly follows the path ahead without consideration. At the very least, it might serve as good commentary on the perception of beasts, simultaneously wise yet vacuous. As far as Loki's interpretation is concerned, that is what the helmet means when it says simply proceed on the set path, with no hesitation. And you can see that it could definitely line up with the idea of see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, specifically in terms of willful blindness. So yeah, full credit to Loki for bringing up that idea of this willful animalistic blindness and focus. So there maybe is less of a contradiction here when we talk about wisdom.
Oh my god, that scared me. I was shaking the paint and I thought I threw it.
Yes, there is a wisdom to beasts, but thematically it can still tie into what we know of their baser behaviours. A straightforward wisdom, that applies to you when you're on a singular chosen path,
Did I hit that?
but blinding yourself to the greater
No, I thought I hit
mysteries
the...
and questions of your life and surroundings. For example, the wisdom of a wolf might be to catch food, feed itself, and defend itself on a daily basis. No deviation required or even thought of. And so when we think of Sir Rosh's wisdom in regards to Godfrey, perhaps it is a simple beast wisdom, keeping Godfrey focused and directed towards his ultimate goal. But there is another theory that I've got why the wisdom of beasts is so focused on, and it may have less to do with beasts themselves and more a commentary on the nature of man, but we will touch on that in the final chapter when we talk about the potential connections between beast and man. Regardless of what it means and how it came to pass, the advent of intelligence changed the beastmen forever. They went from beasts to this new civilization. They let go of the wild power, and they came to terms with their intelligence and consciousness. And if this happened suddenly, through the interference of a third party, as we have suggested, this would have been a terrifying moment of awakening for beastmen who had only known feral impulses. And with that idea in mind, I do want to revisit the wording of the bestial vitality incantation once again, which reads, "Having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold." The wording to me suggests a sort of panic. The word felt is really important here. As I said earlier, if it was a natural evolution, we wouldn't feel it or notice it happening, and it would happen so gradually over generations. But if they feel in real time that they are losing their true nature, their true savagery, and are left almost naked, waking up to this new consciousness,
it's gone. Hold on.
this would have been terrifying. Again, this idea of beasts almost feeling defenseless as they lost their innate savagery is not an idea I can take credit for. Again, it was an observation made by Loki in our discussions on the subject. And again, I quote him now, firstly with a clearer translation of bestial vitality done by themselves. It reads, "The beasts who acquired intelligence probably felt it, civilization eventually causing them to lose their wildness." So again, this translation by Loki reinforcing those ideas that the beasts will have felt in real time.
It's gotta be over there. I think
their savagery and their old feral instincts upon which they used to rely fading away. With this in mind, Loki would say the following on the beasts and their loss of innate wildness. We see the idea that they develop a culture and religion. They see their innate qualities as wild beasts decline now, and they have to rely on cities and tools for protection, sort of a trade-off. When you have only yourself, your body steps up to the challenge, but when you have all these add-ons to fall back on, your body slacks, and slowly we evolve to be almost dependent on those trinkets, until they are ripped away, then instinct takes over, and we fall back on old habits, like the beastmen who fell from crumbling Far Mazula, and now hide in caves leading wolf packs. So this is an extraordinary quote and insight from Loki in terms of civilization versus nature, and I really am grateful to them for sharing this insight with me. In essence, what Loki is saying here is that the beastmen didn't build a civilization only because they could, rather because they had to in order to survive. Humanity, as we stand now, physically are extremely frail compared to some of the more powerful predators that exist in nature, like lions, bears, or wolves. But because we have walls, tools, and weapons, we are able to circumvent our lack of animal strength and instinct. Likewise, we have the beastmen here, who felt their wildness slip away, and thus they lose their animalistic power, rage, and violence, on which they had previously relied
I'm gonna make you
for
mod.
their survival.
Do you think you can ban that guy if I make you mod? The one, liberated Suishu.
Being faced all of a sudden with the ideas of mortality
Or liberated
and frailty
Swish
could help
UF7.
explain the almost obsessive relationship that Beastmen society has with death, something that is clearly central to their culture. Far Mazula, the heart of their civilization, is one giant mausoleum, with Beastmen bodies on display everywhere, in ornate burials, posed dramatically against columns, and embedded in the floors and walls. This rather open exploration of death is even more stark in the vicinity of Bestial Sanctum, clearly a region that was once part of Beastmen society. Here we find pillars absolutely covering the hillside, all embedded with the remains of Beastmen. Again,
you're
a very
mad now.
public depiction of death within their society.
Do you think you can ban
all
him?
Sentient species,
Don't just sign him out,
ourselves
just ban him.
included, need to deal with the terrifying spectre
I don't
of
think that
death.
guy's ever gonna get his
In the
account
real
back.
world, all religions
Thank
deal
you.
with death and what comes next. A set of beliefs and practices that can steel humanity for the inevitable. The ancient Egyptians were a society really preoccupied
Use
with
a
death
very
in the
fine.
afterlife,
Okay,
having entire practices
now's the
around
lock-in
preparing
point. Now we gotta
oneself
lock in.
for the journey that comes after death. And I see a lot of this same kind of
Okay, now I really have to lock in. Okay, we're gonna pause the lore talk for a bit. Now I have to really lock in because this is the really fine detail part. Okay, it's my finest brush. That is the $60 brushes. I don't ever use these, aside from the times I really have to. It scared me. I thought I ruined it. Okay, wait. Croxigor scales. That would be this one. Time to paint on the blue. Okay. What parts are blue? I'm locking into this. Barely put any on. Okay. That is what it is. Just keep gonna darken everything. Okay, good. God, 5 minutes just for that part. Windows done. Took 4 minutes. Or not Windows, lower ones. Circle runes. Say that.
three, a circle thingy. A perfect circle. Do it again. Show no trust.
Awesome. Oh my god. Okay. Again. Should I do the door next? Yes, I'll do the door next. Okay. I can breathe. Alright, 2 more spots left. I'll do the easier one first. Actually, should I do the hard one first? Let's see. I think it's gonna be easier. Mine is gonna be- Okay, I can't speak when doing this. Okay. Is that all? Is there another spot that I missed? dragon breathe for a moment. I'm almost done with this. Okay, almost done with this one. Or I can stand up and go. That's the reward. The reward for finishing this is a snack. smashed all into it.
Choose carefully, because you won't be working that job for the rest of your life.
Same job for the rest of your life? Okay, grass is almost done. Got it. Okay. Star Sucker. It's lightly brushed. It says in a lightly brushed scarcite green. Alright, I'm gonna play the video again.
Occupation with death in Beastman society. And alongside their veneration of dragons and their respect for the event of intelligence being brought to their kind, it seems like death is really one of these central pillars of their entire culture. Death is everywhere in Fire Missoula. And it makes total sense to me. As beasts like wolves and bears, and really any non-sentient animal, they don't really care or obsess about death in the same way, beyond basic instincts of self-preservation. Going from predatory, animalistic races to a more intelligent, conscious species would have brought death and mortality into terrifying focus for the Beastmen society. And no doubt this helps explain their veneration of the dead and what we see throughout Fire Missoula. And in general, I speculate that this newly sentient race spent a lot of time thinking about and preparing for the afterlife. As Tarnished Archaeologist shows in their Fire Missoula lore video, some of the burials in Fire Missoula are clearly modelled on the real-world Varna burials at the Varna necropolis in Bulgaria. And in these burials, they have golden trinkets, and this is also the same in some of the Fire Missoula burials, where we see they have gold trinkets, coins, etc. The point of these gold trinkets in burials is a commonplace practice throughout different societies and cultures. In essence, these are treasures that one is supposed to be able to take with them into the afterlife. And again, the fact that this is replicated in some Fire Missoula burials shows that there was this real preoccupation with death and what came after for Beastman society. Mortality was something greatly on the minds of this new community. freshly awakened and conscious to the frailty of life. So to surmise what we've discussed so far, beastmen in an era long past were once regular beasts. Wolves, lions, and maybe sheep. They were granted intelligence by a higher power, an event still memorialised by the bestial clergy, of which Geraint was once a member, before he was tailored into a form suitable for his Empyrean. But with this intelligence came a focus on mortality, a new concept for them, and as they lost their feral instincts for their defence and survival, they would work with the dragons to build a new civilization that would protect them from the dangers of the world. And within these walls they would memorialise the dead, preparing themselves for the inevitable and the potential afterlife. With that said, now let us look at the evolution of beast society through this prehistoric era. When it comes to the timeline of beast civilization and how it developed, we have discussed this in prior videos on the channel, such as my dragon lore video, so forgive me for a degree of repetition. But this was an idea introduced to me by the incredible work of Tarnished Archaeologist in their Fire Missoula lore video. And the idea that they introduced in that video is that we can trace the various prehistoric eras of the beastmen that basically follows the same trajectory as our own human prehistory, and we can do so through the archaeological evidence found throughout the game, as well as in-game lore. So first of all, let us justify why we are calling this period prehistory, and what prehistory actually is. Prehistory in the real world is the period of human history that generally predates the invention of writing systems, from the beginning of tool use and the development of societies, up until the written word. Prehistory is generally marked by three major ages, though there are various sub-periods beneath these: the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age, all named for the main material used for tools and weapons. This is of course subject to variation, culture by culture, region by region, as human society advanced and developed at different rates throughout the world, but it is a good general framework to begin to understand this period of history. So with that in mind, let us chart the evolution of Beastmen society through Elden Ring's prehistoric era. As I have previously said, personally, I've always seen the dragons as somewhat analogous to the dinosaurs of our world.
The other one
an
in Mausoleum.
Giant reptilian race full of primeval power, who were very dominant in the early stages of the timeline. And whether or not you agree with this analogy, very few civilizations in Elden Ring's world are named as becoming before the Erd Tree, and yet the dragon civilization is clearly placed way before this on the timeline, and are actually named as a prehistoric civilization by the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. As such, given that Beastmen society is intimately tied to the dragons, we could feasibly infer that Beastmen society is also one that emerged during this prehistoric era. Thematically, this also makes perfect sense when we are talking about a species that developed into an upright tool-using race, much like the real-world evolution of humanity from primate ancestor to upright tool-using human who would move into prehistory. And interestingly, we can actually observe Beastmen society moving through the three major ages of prehistory we had mentioned earlier. Firstly, we see their history passing through the Stone Age, thanks to the description of bestial sling, which reads, "It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. Stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence in this prehistoric era," again matching with human prehistory, where the Stone Age was the first era of prehistory, where humans used basic stone tools and weapons. Then we move to the piece of evidence that was first presented by Tarnished Archaeologists in their Fire Missoula video, in which they highlight archaeological evidence that could align the Beastmen with the real-world Chalcolithic era. The Chalcolithic era, for those unaware, is also known as the Copper Age, and is generally seen as a transitional period between the Neolithic, Tool Age, and the Bronze Age. And to quote Wikipedia, it is described as the following: "An archaeological period characterized by regular human manipulation of copper, but prior to the discovery of bronze alloys. Tarnished Archaeologist identifies this era in the stratigraphy of Fire Missoula and the environmental storytelling, and that is in the ornate burials that we discussed in the previous chapters when talking about mortality. As we said there, these are clearly modelled on the Varna burials of Bulgaria, and this was a Chalcolithic era burial, and thus we can see the Beastmen also passing through this precursor age to the Bronze Age. And if you'd like a more in-depth analysis of the Varna burial and how it pertains to Beastmen society in Fire Missoula, I would highly recommend the really detailed video by Tarnished Archaeologist, which I will link below.
The heavy detail one's
Finally,
done.
we move into the Iron Age when we consider the current weaponry of the Beastmen that we actually face. For example, the Beastman Cleaver, which reads, "Curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron, and wielded by the Beastmen of Fire Missoula." So a weapon forged of dull iron, and thus the evolution of Beastmen prehistory is complete, reinforcing the fact that this is likely the very first, or one of the first cultures to develop in the histories of the lands between. The fact they are still using iron weapons, not steel or any other type of metal, shows that they really are from a time that is past. With that said, let us talk about the position of Fire Missoula in the world itself.
Right.
Again, a subject I have discussed previously in my Dragons video, so I don't want to repeat myself too much here, but let's talk about it for the sake of completeness. Fire Missoula was clearly not built as a floating city, rather it was once situated in the lands between, before being wrenched from it, made all the clearer by the segments of earth and trees still attached to its base. But even more compelling is the fact that we generally know whereabouts it sat in the lands between, because part of this civilization still remains in
I just
the earth,
need to
namely
give
the
it
bestial
a clear
sanctum
coat
found in
later.
Caelid. The bestial sanctum is not only where Garang,
Just make sure
the
I don't
beast
get
clergyman
silver
of
on
this
my
society resides,
Praise the
but it also
Sun,
seems the exact same architectural
ugly sweater,
hallmarks of Fire Missoula.
which is not
The
ugly, it's beautiful. I
burials,
love it so
the
much.
line iconography, and the exterior of the building, just to name a few. The final link is, of course, the site of grace just south of the bestial sanctum, which is called Farum Great Bridge. Indeed, this bridge that leads to the bestial sanctum is again of Fire Missoula design, if you compare it to bridges that are sticking out the side of floating Fire Missoula. And indeed, the land around the bestial sanctum at the side is ripped away and matches with the earth that we see at the bottom of floating Fire Missoula. So in short, I believe that Fire Missoula was attached next to where the bestial sanctum now sits.
I'll leave you with music. Actually, paints. And get ready to paint Bishop, the turtleback. I don't, okay. I don't. I'll just use Beyblade and everything. Yeah. Nazi stuff. Pinkish. Mystic gold. Black. Ruby. Red ruby. This for just a little time. All this paint just for a single. Look at this. Look at sizes. Full time. It's just a turtle. Look at this compared to that. It's just a turtle. Wait, let me show you. These out of the way to break them. Just show you how much paint is just for the bishop. How many different colors I could get on. Just for a single, the smallest one actually. All this paint, all that. Just for that. You can't even see it. All that, just for that. Just for this tiny thing. These chess pieces have been making me go broke. It's so worth it because I'm gonna be able to sell them for lots because of how much effort. But I still have to buy more paints. Okay, that one there. Small. Wait, hold on. It was. Turtle Book. Mariel, that's what it is. Mariel. Pasture. Boughs. Okay, what did the ground look like? Because I'm going to be painting the same color. Ground area of the lakes is... It's still a gray, but it's like... I don't know how to... It's like a basic-ish. Like, it's not... Okay. I'll bring over... I don't know if I should use just... I don't know what shade. I feel like I should use this one. Then again, this does feel right, because there is a somewhat yellowish touch to it. And they're the only two grains I have in acrylic paint. So I don't know. I'll just keep both these over here and try them both. And if one turns out a little less, I'd like a little one a little more, then I'll just use that one. Okay. I'll be right back. All this paint over here so it's in view. Okay. I'll be right back. That reminds me. I actually have to replace this. I don't know if this is... obviously need to keep it as your hair. Alright, I'll be right back. Take out the mask. Okay. Hey, Bones. Hold on. 1 second. I'll be back still.
east of Liurnia. But let me know
I
your
didn't
thoughts
show it on
where
stream.
once
Okay.
located in the comments
Or
below.
Tree Night.
With that said, let us now try and understand the structure and culture of this society.
Finally finished this one.
We've
This one
already
took
talked about
10
their obsession with death,
hours.
as well as
10
their beast
hours.
clergymen and what they worship. But let's talk about the constituent members of this society. While the regular beastmen seem to make
As
up the most
cool
basic
as it
members
looks,
of society, it's hard to tell
that
what
was
species of beast
so
they
difficult
once were before they were
to
elevated.
do.
But if we look closer at
Especially
some of
getting
the
underneath the
variants and
shield
skeletons around
and not
Far Missoula,
accidentally
we can see
painting
that
anything
different
else around
species
it.
and animals clearly were given intelligence.
You can
and made
obviously
up
see
this
some stuff
society.
under there I wasn't
But at
able
the
to
very
get.
top of this
But it was
society
it's
were
just
clearly the
impossible to get.
dragons, worshipped by the beastmen clergy and probably the subjects of Far Missoula. And if you'd like an in-depth
But
look
this
at
gotta
the
be my
dragons
favorite
themselves
piece.
for themselves, then I would recommend my Dragon's Lore video, which
Later.
I will link below. But in short, not only are they all-powerful, but they are incredibly intelligent. They aren't just wild beasts, and we can
I
see
am
this
probably
in the
going
way
to
that
wait to do these
Fortisite
ones and just paint every
Godwyn
other
developed
one that I
friendship,
can't paint on
as well as
stream.
the way that Lansax could transform into a human
On stream.
and commune
Or
with
off
humans
stream.
of Leyndell.
But
Ruled
these
over
ones
by
I
Elven
have to do
Lord
on stream.
Citrosax
I'm not going to
and
do
his
them off
god,
stream.
They were the Order of the Day who
The
brandished the Elden Ring, the
Godfrey,
very tippy top of this ancient society. Indeed,
First
Far
Elden
Missoula,
Lord.
the crowning achievement
and
of this
obviously
entire society,
Sephiroth.
seems to have been built in
And
honor
then
of a
Queen
particular
Marika
dragon,
and
as the ashes
Destined
of
Death.
the Far Missoula Beastmen read, "Spirits of Beastmen from
Malekith.
doomed Far Missoula. The
This
slowly
one's going to be
crumbling
a pain in the
ruins
ass
the
because
skies. These
you look on
ruins
there,
are said to be the
the
remains
smoke
of a
all
giant
along it,
mausoleum enshrining an ancient
and
dragon,
the
guarded by chosen beastmen
Okay.
who wield weapons clad in lightning. Again, this very
all the
much
Fair Missoula
reinforces
stone
the
right here,
subservience of beastmen within this society
and
to
then
the dragons. Not only
all
is
this,
the whole
all
of Far
Malekith's
Missoula built to
smoke.
honor a dragon, but beastmen are the
Oh yeah, and then
chosen
the
guards,
layered armor
meaning they are
too.
some sort of honor guard in service to the dragons. Now, again, without going into too much detail on something I've covered in other videos,
I
there's
should probably
clearly
put
a
the
tie
mask if
between the
I'm
dragons and lightning,
paint.
especially Placidusax, who can literally turn himself into a storm cloud, and who I believe to be the Storm Lord. Yet there is another species within Far Missoula that seems to have an association with the storm as well. That is the Stormhawks, of course. While most people will be familiar with the
Once I get the
crafted
courage
hawks
to do
of
so, I
Stormvale,
do want to
we
do a
actually
face
find
reveal.
the hawks in a more natural form in Far Missoula, living in harmony with the dragons here, and it is the first piece of evidence that the Stormhawks may originate from this bestial society. To reinforce the fact these birds
Oh wait,
are
yeah,
very much
that's
part
right.
of this
I forgot. I have
society,
to.
we can find bird
Let's screen that.
iconography in the walls of Far Missoula and adorning the clawmark seal.
But the bishop's
seal of the
probably
beastmen
going to be the
clergy.
fastest
We know
one.
that this species of hawks are closely aligned with the storm, as the Stormhawk feather reads, "A feather from a hawk that lived as one with the storms." This also seems to be in line with what we see of the Stormvale community
I
of
like that one.
hawks. This was a place
Yeah,
where
cut.
Stormhawks would come to roost,
No
a
fucking way.
relationship described by the description of the Stormhawk King, which reads, "Ashes of a hawk, revered by all others as sovereign, back in the day
Yeah, I
when
don't think you can
Stormvale's
see it.
winds still raged
I
like
cut
no
myself.
other." This ancient monarch is proud, however,
An accident.
refusing to answer anyone's summons. The two places in which we find Stormhawks are very much aligned with the storms, therefore suggesting again this innate relationship between hawks and the storm, a relationship well
Favorite monster
illustrated
flavor?
by the Stormhawk
Only one I
axe
will ever drink.
itself, a
Pink.
weapon forged in honor
The
of
pink
these
drink.
birds,
For real.
and its weapon art summons the power of storms and lightning, reinforcing that connection. So why do the hawks have this connection to the storms, and how are they a part of this community of Far Missoula? Well, I would like to make the following speculation, that the Stormhawks are not just aligned with the dragons, rather they are descendants of them. And I believe this would explain why the hawks are so innately connected to storms as the
starting
dragons
off
are.
with
Why do I believe
Earth
this?
Shade.
Well, it is just speculation, but
Like
remember
usual
how
with
I keep banging
all
on
them.
about the fact I believe that dragons are analysis to the dinosaurs of the real world.
Agrax, Earth
Well, in
Shade,
the real
and
world,
then
birds
Dawnstone.
are the descendants of the dinosaurs. Hence why raptors, a group that hawks actually belong to, share the same name of the dinosaur species, raptors. If the hawks are descended from the dragons, it would explain why the two species share the same connection to the storm and why they come from the same society. Now, let us turn to Sarosh. We don't find any lion-esque beasts per se in Fire Missoula, but there is plenty of evidence pointing to the fact that lions do make up a part of this civilization. Firstly, we have the various instances of lion iconography all throughout Fire Missoula and in the Bestial Sanctum. But aside from that, we also receive the Beastclaw Greathammer, a hammer which celebrates Sarosh from Geraint himself, again a clergyman intimately connected to the Fire Missoula Beastman Society. We also do see lion-esque natural enemies in the game, in the form of guardian beasts, again suggesting that lions as a natural creature exist in this world. Yet none of these lion creatures appear in Fire Missoula itself. Why? Well, it was as I suggested before. Despite the fact the regular Beastmen enemy don't really give away any heritage that they might have come from originally, we do see evidence of different types of Beastmen if we look closely at the skeletons and undead of Fire Missoula. For example, the undead Beastmen look closer to wolves than the regular Beastmen, their skulls having a longer snout, whereas the skeletons of the Beastmen found bound to the columns and buried in the wall are very much lion-esque if you compare their skulls to real-world lion skulls. In addition, if you examine the skulls found in some of the Varna-esque burials, to me some of the skulls are sheep skulls, suggesting that sheep may also have been one of the early forms of beasts that were granted intelligence and would become part of this Beastman society. The current actually alive Beastmen are a little bit more amorphous, and so perhaps over time the Beastmen form converged via interbreeding between all these different variations. But let me know your thoughts below. But ultimately, I think the archaeological evidence shows that there were different subspecies of beastmen that came from original different beasts, sheep, wolves, and lions. Now that we've spoken about the constituent parts of this beast society, let us backtrack a bit, as we did just discuss two examples of lords, the Stormhawk King and Sarosh. And this is very interesting to me because Sarosh is described as a lord of beasts, and the Stormhawk King was considered as a monarch by all other hawks. While it is clear that the dragons were the ultimate ruling force and essentially gods of the early Beastman era, it doesn't make it impossible that there were lords among the beasts themselves, and Sarosh and the Stormhawk King seem like they were leaders in their own right. For whatever reason, the dragon civilization fell and their god fled, but they lived on through iconography and ideals that were picked up by Godfrey and his conquests. And as I said previously, Fire Missoula clearly once existed in the ground, in the lands between, and thus it makes sense that aspects of their society would bleed out into different regions, into different subcultures and successor kingdoms. The modern dragons, the descendants of the ancient dragons, would take up residence in Dragonbarrow and on the mountain tops of the giants. And specifically, we get a nexus of Fire Missoula history at Stormvale.
Almost done.
Now, the civilization of Stormvale is something I discussed in my Godfrey lore video and how it affected his reign, and so I don't want to retread that here. So please check that out if you're interested in the legacy of the Beast civilization, so to speak. And I would also recommend Lore Hunter's excellent in-depth look at Stormvale in their lore video, and I will link that below. Now, the final constituent member of this society that I want to talk about is humanity. Now, this is a subject I have pondered on in passing numerous times, but I'd like to address it head on in this video. Firstly, we have the various human scenes found throughout Fire Missoula, and we could just write this off as generic artistic filler, but I don't ever like really doing that. I like to try and find some explanation for it, not in a From Software game. Many people point to the fact that dragons are able to take human form, something highlighted by Lansax's glaive, which reads, "Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult." But to me, Lansax taking a human form is a response to a specific situation, i.e. the establishment of the dragon cult in Leyndell and the diplomacy between the remainders of the ancient dragons and the civilization of Leyndell. And aside from this, there is a direct specific reference to humans that lived amongst the ancient dragons, via the Draconian Race appearance preset in the character creator. The description of this appearance preset reads the following: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragon, among whom life is typically short. Now, there is a lot of interesting lore here to consider. Firstly, their life being typically short, and this would make sense if they were among the first humans, as human lifespan has greatly expanded as history has gone on, due to various factors, including better health, diet and hygiene, and improved medical care. And so if this is primeval man, this could be very much a nod to that idea. And to me, the human depictions in Fire Missoula are of actual humans that lived amongst dragons, and to me this Draconian race are the most likely candidates. And we could just leave it there and say that humans at some point emerged and joined the main civilization at the time, given that Placidusax and his god were the ruling force, and it would make sense for any new sentient race to join this civilization. However, there is a wilder, yet far more interesting suggestion to be made here, that humans evolved from Beastman. This potential idea was first brought to my attention by Dark Tark, a content creator that does comedic explorations of each area, and they made the excellent observation that the skeletal undead beastmen of Fire Missoula drop human bone shards.
I'm gonna do both bishops tonight.
And I will link that original video below. Now, admittedly, this could just be a drop, representing that beastmen eat or kill humans, but it doesn't drop from any other beastmen, and I don't think this is right, as the description of the human bone shard itself specifically states that these are found by hunting those who live in death, and these beastmen do live in death, suggesting these bone shards are actually from their bodies. We have already paralleled beastman evolution with human evolution in the real world, from primate ancestor to upright intelligent prehistory. So why not just go the full way? That humanity owes their evolution in this world to the beasts, from beasts to beastmen to humanity, making even more sense why human prehistory is being paralleled here in Fire Missoula, because they are to Elden Ring humans what hominids were to us. After all, Deathroot seems to affect beastmen in the exact same way that it affects humans, perhaps because they have similar or tied physiology. This has rather interesting implications for demi-humans as well. Clearly the demi-humans are meant to be related to humanity, much like apes are to us in real life. Perhaps the demi-humans are a separate branch that also evolved from the beastmen, just diverging at some point in history, and now remain humanity's evolutionary cousins. And there is a further connection between the civilization of man and beastman that comes in the form of a particular shield, the Sunrealm shield. We can find this shield in the possession of two specific enemies. 1. The human skeleton swordsman. 2. The skeleton beastmen, with both of these enemies being fully modelled actually holding the shield, reinforcing the fact it is not just a random drop. The description of this shield reads the following: Shield of Honour, depicting a city crowned by the sun. It has seen better days. Much like the wear upon the shield, the seat of the sun is long faded away. I'd long believed that this seat of the sun, this city, was either an Easter egg nod to Anor Londo, or a reference to Leyndell, in the age when the light of the early Erdtree was brighter. A possibility I felt was even more likely, given we find lots of these skeletal swordsmen with the shields in the graveyards that surround the capital. Yet reassessing the potential evolutionary link between beastman and man has made me reassess this. Is it possible that this is another sign of a shared heritage, given that both beastman and human wield this shield? Is it possible that Fire Missoula is the realm of the sun? Or, given that Fire Missoula was once earthbound, was the Sun Realm a successor kingdom built by both beastmen and their human descendants? This is all just speculation, but some real interesting food for thought. And if man is descended from beast, then it adds greater weight to what we see of men like Horaloo, and the difference between the age of the Crucible and the age of the Erd Tree, an age where man was more like beast.
I miss Matt Pat.
And remember
as like a
theorist,
not as like a person. He's still alive.
Beasts. Perhaps
but
it is meant to
I just miss watching his theory videos.
Of man.
I get he has a kid now, and I'm glad he's actually taking care of his kid instead of still doing YouTube. I just miss him. It brought me joy watching his old videos.
Lust and urges. One of the
I remember when he was still speculating on the old FNAF war.
Video on the chapter on Red is the description of turtle neck meat. Now, in the current version of the game, it has a very boring and generic description, but in version 1.0 of the game, it would have said the following. Turtle is said to boost virility, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. Now, while the urge to reproduce may also be tied to the deathless state of the world, or the role in which the Erd Tree takes in providing new life, we do see it follow the pattern of more basic instincts and wild animalistic urges being suppressed as civilization has advanced. Or at least that's how civilization and the Golden Order sees it in this world. This is something clearly seen in the examples of the Omen and Misbegotten, two subspecies, very wild and animalistic in nature and appearance, who greatly suffered under the civilized Golden Order. Indeed, even the Crucible Knights, once great heroes of order, are seen as too chaotic and wild, and are sidelined.
I don't know if I should do the shell first, or
codified, a point well made by the Crucible Knight gauntlets. Yet the relationship between beasts and champions is clearly still venerated
I'll just do
in some
them.
quarters. Bernal's
Flash
armor
first.
is covered head to toe in beasts, as we had already discussed. But this time I want to read the description from the chest piece of Bernal's armor, which reads the following. Beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this armor befits a champion worthy of becoming a lord, and that is what Bernal was, until his maiden threw herself into the fire. Bernal was himself almost a lord, and the beast symbology may be very well straightforward. Beasts are strong, violent, and brave. And as we discussed earlier when looking at the helmet, beasts have this sort of focus, this animalistic desire to complete their task and only their task, without a consideration for any other nuance. And again, this very much fits Bernal, both in his aspirations to become a lord, and later in his aspirations to burn the Erd Tree to the ground. In these ways, Bernal is more beast than beasts are, violent, focused, and strong. Being like a beast is losing that human nuance, human awareness, human morality, and focusing solely on your base instinct or goal, something very relatable to champions or heroes, who stand above the rest of civilization, and they are willing to do the violent, necessary things that the rest of civilization is not. Yet there is something else fascinating in the champion chess piece, as it states, beasts are drawn to champions. Now this was a sentence, again, brought to my attention by Loki, so again credit to Loki for raising the importance of this chess piece. Loki suggested that this makes sense given the beasts rallied around Elden Lord Placidusax, the beast being drawn to this lord, a champion and lord of unparalleled strength. To myself, it made me think of the relationship between Sarosh and Godfrey, a lord and a beast. And to me it not only reaffirms the strong connections between man and beast, but also on what Loki mentioned earlier. With intelligence came new weaknesses, a lack of savagery, a loss of that willful instinct to survive at all cost, and with it becomes the crippling awareness of death and the frailty of life. And perhaps in that respect, with the conscious loss of that feral nature, beasts are drawn to violent champions like Horaloo, who are more beast than beasts themselves, following the advent of beasts being given intelligence. For the beast within man and the taming of it is no better illustrated than by Godfrey and Horaloo. Upon taking his axe and title of First Elden Lord, Godfrey separates himself from his more bestial counterpart, his more bestial desires and urges and behaviours. And when he sheds his Godfrey affectations at the end of the game and becomes Horaloo once more, a transformation marked by a violent act, the killing of Sarosh, you would be hard-pressed at this exact moment to find a more beast-like being than Horaloo, even amongst the Runebears in the Lands Between. Here is a man fighting with his bare hands as a beast would fight with claws, ripping and tearing with wild abandon and the savagery of a beast. These are all points and themes we had discussed in our Godfrey lore video. A man of the age of the Crucible. The Crucible being a stage in history when men were closer in nature to beasts, where only the strong survived and thrived. But then the age of the Crucible passed because, with new ideas of civilization as it is in the real world, violence becomes less acceptable, and men are meant to behave in a more reasonable and poised fashion. Again, I say that with a pinch of salt. But perhaps in Elden Ring, this evolution of man from a more violent time to a time of civilization is more literal, that the beast within Godfrey and within all men isn't just tempered by civilization because humans are becoming more advanced and have different ideas of civilization, but because the beast within man in Elden Ring may be more literal than we first considered. Perhaps the beast within Horaloo is owed to the bestial heritage that all humanity has. It's just that Horaloo's is much closer to the surface, and that is why we can consider the more intelligent beasts of the Beastmen society as less beasts than violent men like Horaloo and Bernal, who are closer to the beasts from which they are descended.
Oh, Wandering Mausoleum.
The Lands Between are a perplexing and magical place, a world that feels far distinct from the grounded reality of our own world, and this is no more evident than in Elden Ring's presentation of death. Indeed, death has always been a central focus to From Software games, but Elden Ring really takes it to the next level by having death represented by multiple different areas of lore. Death is one of the great philosophical and existential questions to ponder, as it is in our world, and the denizens of the Lands Between have varying beliefs and practices when it came to dealing with the end. In the modern Erdtree era, the systems of death have been hijacked by the Erdtree and Golden Order fundamentalism, with Erdtree burial being the nominal idea of ideal death. And yet there exist far older symbols of death, relics of different funerary rites, whose very image still elicits a tie to the other side. There are those who cling on to their own practices, beliefs, and divinity, separate from the dominion of the Erdtree. The death need guidance and corralling, and in these different systems, as we will see, there is always a shepherd or an usher figure, a psychopomp, a spirit who helps guide the dead according to their faction's beliefs and desires. At the outset of this video, I also want to shout out a few creators whose work has been instrumental for me researching this video. This includes Vati, V-Limit, Crunch, and Last Protagonist. A special big thanks to Last Protagonist for providing translations, and Vati in general for sharing his own lore notes with me, which helped me visualise the section on Ghostflame immensely. A perfect place to start when analysing the concept of death is with ourselves, the Tarnished, we who are dead and yet live.
Ye dead, who yet live.
Now, ye tarnished, ye dead, who yet live. The call of long lost grace
speaks to us all.
Death is one of the first aspects of the lore that the player will stumble across, even if they don't think too deeply about it. In an interview with Weekly Famitsu in March 2022, Miyazaki describes that the Tarnished, the player, are descendants of those who were originally exiled, alongside Godfrey. And now I'm going to quote that passage from Weekly Famitsu. The people who live in the Lands Between have a golden glow in their eye from the grace of the Erdtree. Some people, however, have lost that glow, and they were called the Tarnished and exiled from the lands between. The player character and the other Tarnished who appear in-game are descendants of such people. After the Elden Ring was shattered, the guidance of grace appeared to the Tarnished and others who could not die, telling them to return to the lands between, gain audience with the Elden Ring, and become Elden Lord. And that is how the game begins. So we are descended from those who were originally exiled by Marika and the Greater Will, alongside Godfrey when Grace left his eyes.
In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
Even at this stage, it's clear that Marika expects the Tarnished to go outside the lands between, battle, and die, before being brought back by Grace in due course. And from what we see of Godfrey, we know this to be true. Godfrey is shown to have died at some point as a Tarnished in the introductory cinematic, before being brought back once more as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. So right at the offset of the game, we are immediately introduced to the idea that there is some degree of fluidity in regards to death, and it is a necessary building block of any From Software game. In every single game, death and the respawn mechanic has been built into the lore itself. In Dark Souls, the very nature of our curse is more directly addressed right from the onset, and while it has a lot of depth and nuance, notably explored in Dark Souls 2, the idea of the Curse of the Undepth is more head-on tackled in Dark Souls, whereas in Elden Ring, the idea of being tarnished is a little bit more obscure in the lore, and isn't as essential as the Curse of the Undead is to Dark Souls. And while that is true, another facet of the lore is thrown in our face early on, and that is the idea of the guidance of grace, which exists to guide us tarnished. And indeed, the Erd Tree and the Two Fingers need us, and so will not let us die, and thus grace keeps us alive. And while this is greatly implied in the game, it is directly stated by Miyazaki himself. In an interview with Miyazaki in the Overture of Elden Ring book, Miyazaki says the following on the immortality of the Tarnished. The immortality of the Tarnished stems from the power of the guidance of grace. Tarnished that die outside the lands between are given new life through the guidance of grace, and are beckoned to the lands between. This is basically the start of the game. I guess the guidance doesn't want the player character to be freed. So this now mechanically makes sense, as when we die we do resurrect at the last sight of grace. But what is grace? How does it have the power to literally prevent us from dying? Grace seems to be an extension of the Elden Ring, of its power and influence, as the golden rune item description suggests that having grace is the same as holding these runes. It reads as follows. Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, the lingering trace of gold. Runes are the nourishment for the development of any tarnished, provided a finger maiden can be found. Runes are fragments of the Elden Ring, and if runes are grace, then it means that grace is an extension of the Elden Ring, hence why those without grace are seen as tarnished, as dirty, as without grace. The tutorial notes the fact that grace is essentially a tool to transmit the Erd Tree's directions for the tarnished. In short, grace is just another extension of the Erd Tree in Elden Ring, and through it, the tarnished are bound to its power, shackled beyond even death, until their task is completed, or their usefulness is outlived. The point of highlighting this example is that it is the first example of the many mechanisms through which death is manipulated and corralled by the Erd Tree and other forces. It also shows this idea of being guided. Throughout this video I'm going to talk about the idea of psychopomps, and we'll get on it soon. But in short, psychopomps are spirits that guide the dead, and the tarnished are the dead that yet live. And so in a way, the tarnished are kin to the other dead that are manipulated and corralled by these psychopomp forces. Throughout this video we will see many examples of how the dead are seemingly lost and will only act according to the guidance they are given. Is this any different from ourselves? When we first picked up the controller and played the game, would we even know what to do had it not been for the guidance of grace? I want you just to bear that in mind when we talk about all the other dead that are shepherded throughout this video, that we, the Tarnished, may be no different. And with that being said, I now want to pick up one of the oldest symbols of death in the lands between, the death rites and the death birds. To me, the most interesting facet of the practices associated with these sinister birds is that they were developed in a world absent the Erd Tree, before the Erd Tree was around. And for the player, this should immediately be intriguing, as the lands between we actually get to explore is so dominated by the Erd Tree, both physically and culturally. And we learn that these death rites were developed outside the Erd Tree's purview before its arrival from the explosive ghost flame spell, which reads as following: Sorcery of the Servants of Death. In the time when there was no Erd Tree, death was burned in ghost flame. Death birds were the keepers of that flame. As I discussed in my Erd Tree lore video, clearly there was a period of time when cultures and society developed and existed outside of the dominion of the Erd Tree, and given its function in regards to the processes of death, it makes sense that prior mechanisms and funerary rites needed to exist. I argue in that same video that there was a period of history between the reign of the ancient dragons and Queen Marika's reign, in which there was no Elden Lords that we know of, and there must have been some sort of power vacuum, unlike what we see in the current Erd Tree era, where everything is culturally dominated by the Erd Tree itself. As such, in this period, it seems as though there was an outer god that was able to spread, and its rites, its death rites, would become the dominant funerary rite of the world at this era. I'm of course referring to the outer god that is linked to what we know as the Twin Bird, a being we learn of via the Twin Bird kite shield, which reads as follows: Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The twin bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god, and mother of the death birds. This is the only direct mention we get of this twin bird, and its associated outer god. Yet that being said, this small piece of evidence actually gives us a lot to work with and chew over. First of all, it directly links the death birds and their rites to an outer god, as well as placing the creation of these death birds at the feet of this twin bird, an envoy to that greater god. Now, this twin bird is described as an envoy, and an envoy is of course a messenger, meaning this bird was a messenger or representative of this outer god. As Vati says in his great video on the death-related bosses, the image we get of this twin bird is indeed very reminiscent of the mythological phoenix. The phoenix is of course a bird heavily associated with death, through its endless cycle of death and rebirth. However, I think we can also learn a little bit more from the appearance of this bird, as it is known as the Twin Bird, and we can see from the shield that this title is reflective of their actual or presented appearance. Two heads and two halves of a body, both represented with different colours. If I was to guess what this is representing, I would hazard that one half is meant to represent life, and one half is meant to represent death, symbolising its remit over the cycle of life and death. In Crunchy's Helfin lore video, in his pinned comment, he makes an interesting supplementary point to the video content. He states the following in that comment: The twin bird kite shield depicts a black bird against a red background, and a red bird against a blue background. If the black bird is somehow represented or manifested by the death birds, it begs the question what the red bird is. In alchemical symbolism, this would represent the raven, and I agree with Crunchy that these halves are different facets of the one whole, and that the death half is most certainly manifested by her raven deathbird children, though this does leave us curious about the potential children of her other half, or whether it is actually also represented by the deathbirds and we are just missing some of the greater picture. We don't know much about the outer god that's connected to this twin bird, but as with all outer gods that we know of quote unquote in the game, we have to assume that their actions of their followers and their servants, in this case the deathbirds, must be representative of their ideals and their remit, so to speak. And at this point, I'd like to shout out another great lore video, and it's Mr. Holthen. In his lore video on the outer god of the Deathbirds, which I will link below, Mr. Holthen suggests that the outer god of the Deathbirds is one of death and of battle. The reason he does this is he thinks that there is a link between certain items that suggests that this outer god rewards those who die in battle. The first item that he points to in order to prove this theory is the blue-feathered branch sword, an item that we'll see later is closely associated with the Deathbirds, and is an item that is dropped by them, in fact, and its description reads as follows. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life, to render up a death worth offering. And this similar idea is also reflected in the red-feathered branch sword, which reads as follows. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and a glorious end awaits those who cling so tenaciously to life. As Mr. Holthen states, it suggests that those who cling so desperately onto their life, who fight for their life, are to be rewarded in death. And indeed, this idea of people being rewarded for being great heroes is something that's also reflected in Erdtree traditions, for we find many great hero ashes who seem to have been granted an Erdtree burial as an honour for their actions in life. And this repeated theme and this repeated idea seems to give water to what Mr. Holthen is suggesting here, that this outer god is possibly one of death and of battle that rewards warriors after life. Mr. Holthen then also links it to the Helfin steeple sword, something I will cover later in this video for other reasons, but in short, Mr. Holthen repeats the idea that is said on the Helfin steeple item description that shows that those who have died a warrior's death will be guided by the Helfin in the spirit world, i.e. being rewarded for their heroics and battle prowess. It's a really great video and actually one of the best explanations or theories on what the outer god of the Deathbirds could represent. So I'll link that video below and highly recommend you check Mr. Holthen out and give them a sub. But moving on from the outer god and back to the Deathbirds themselves, I want to talk about their symbolism, their appearance as ravens or crows. As is always the case with From Software, nothing is really done or selected by chance, and neither is choosing to make this branch of Death Custodians to have a crow or raven form, as birds crop up throughout history and cultures as a symbol or messenger of death, and no birds are more associated with death than the crow or the raven. To many people, internally, they already associate ravens and crows with death, and the reason this is the case is because they are carrion eaters. No doubt on the battlefields throughout history, these birds would have been a common sight among the dead, and thus where there was death, there would be crows. I will soon discuss the idea of psychopomps, spirits who guide and shepherd the dead, a common theme in Elden Ring as far as I see it, and birds and crows are quite often seen as psychopomps, which is why many believed they gathered near where the dead were, that these birds were getting ready to guide them, and ultimately this is what the Deathbirds actually do in game. They gather the dead and do guide them to the other side. And they fall into the category for me of death shepherds or ushers. They are just one of many, and we will discuss the rest soon. And while the crow or the raven might be closely associated for death with us in the real world, for those in the lands between, it was the Deathbirds that were closely associated with death, synonymous with it indeed. Indeed, we will see that the association of death and these birds is so deeply ingrained within the culture of Lands Between society, leading to people taking the form of the bird to represent death in many instances. And to me, that death is so synonymous with these birds suggests that maybe they were one of the first representations or first manifestations of death in the Lands Between. Indeed, the fact that we can face so many in the game spread throughout the map shows how important the spread of this cult really was. One great bit of lore that helps exemplify how important they are to Erdtree society in regards to death comes from the Hidden Plumage item description, a cut content crafting material from the game, which reads as follows. Death's bearers were once said to have taken the form of birds. symbolised by these black feathers. But this does indeed carry over into their lore, into what their role actually is. They were the shepherds of death, overseers of an ancient funerary practice, who presided over the burning of the dead within ghost flames. And so now let's take a look at these funerary practices themselves, the ghost flame and necromancy. We learn of these practices via the instruments that they wield, the Death's Poker, the description of which reads as follows. The birds are graveyard fire keepers. It is said they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. These birds are the overseers as something known as the graveyard fires. Now, being someone who pays close attention to semantics in these games, this sentence is of great interest to me. First of all, graveyards. Now, graveyards are not necessary in Erdtree society, for we have the catacombs, as burial is not done in the ground as we would traditionally see it in the real world, for example, but in fact the dead are taken to the catacombs to have an Erdtree burial, to be reabsorbed by the great tree roots. So what are the graveyards that we see everywhere in-game? Well, given what we've just heard in this item description, I would suggest that most of the graveyards we see in-game, such as in Liurnia, Limgrave, and the mountaintops of the giants, are leftovers from this death rite practice that was once overseen by the Deathbirds. And it wouldn't be the first example of us seeing the remains of other ancient civilizations and cultures strewn about the lands between, built around by the new Erdtree society. This item description also suggests that in these graveyards there were great fires or kilns in which the dead were burned before their ashen remains were scraped out by these pokers. Fire pokers, of course, are actual instruments used for clearing out ash and moving around coals, etc. in a fire. Now, the burning of the dead is of course a very common practice throughout real-world history, such as in ancient Greek society, ancient Rome, and Hinduism, just to name a few. However, to my own experiences and cultural background, it specifically reminds me of Western Protestant crematorium funerals, of which I have personally attended one. For those unfamiliar with these practices, the deceased are placed into a coffin. The coffin is then placed into a kiln, before the ashes are then retrieved, and typically placed into an urn. And then, optionally, those ashes can be buried or kept by the family. So quite clearly, that is the role in which these deathbirds play, overseeing the funerary rites of a sort of crematorium practice. And specifically, the dead are burned within something known as the ghost flames. And this is told to us by the Rancor Pot item description, which reads as follows. In times of old, the dead were burned with ghost flame, and from those cinders arose vengeful spirits. The ghost flame is a curious phenomena, because while the deathbirds did use it to burn the dead, it also seems to have been produced from the dead themselves. This is something we learn from the story of the Fallen Hawks, the zombie-like expedition that found themselves trapped underground and desperate, and in their desperation, they took to burning the bones of their fellows and produced the ghost flame. And this is something we can learn of via the ghost flame torch, which reads as follows. Metal torch that burns with cold ghost flame, tool of the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. So it appears as though burning bones produces this ghost flame, but it isn't as simple as that. It seems as though burning the bones of the dead produces the ghost flame because it is intrinsically linked to the dead and the spirits within. And I say this, of course, because we also see the ghost flame in another circumstance, when those who live in death are resurrecting, something pointed out by Crunchy in his Helfin lore video. Now, we do have a fairly tentative way of explaining why the ghost flame appears at this point of resurrection, because it seems that ghost flames are also tied to vengeful or strong spirits, as seen in ancient Death Rancor, where it is implied that from these ashes can be found vengeful spirits. And I would suggest that the ghost flame appearing around the bones of a resurrecting undead is symbolic of their vengeful spirit once again inhabiting their form and refusing to dissipate entirely. This idea of those who live in death being a life form that is in essence a spirit that refuses to die is something that can be backed up with a translation. And once again I turn to fellow content creator Last Protagonist, who's provided a fascinating translation of one of Rogier's dialogues. In the English, Rogier says the following: "You may find this peculiar, but I've discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offence. They have every right to life, only they happened to touch upon a flaw in the order." However, according to the Last Protagonist's own translation of the Japanese,
sorry, I didn't
he
see your
reads
message
it in
and I
a
was
slightly
typing.
different way. "You probably think I'm strange, but I'm in the middle of researching the night of the plot. They haven't made any transgressions, just living determinedly, and because of that, they've run into a flaw of the order. Living determinedly, i.e. wanting to live so much, to keep themselves alive so much, that they in essence refuse to die. And thematically this ties into something I've looked at already, the blue and red feathered branch sword talismans, which introduce the idea of people holding on so tenaciously to life. And again, the repeated thematics seems to give some weight to this translation by Last Protagonist. And this determination to live, to me, well explains the manifestation of the ghost flame and the resurrection of those who live in death. They simply refuse to die. They are living determinedly. The point being is that the ghost flame is a little bit more complex than it first appears to be. It isn't just a flame from the bones of the dead, it is intrinsically linked to the dead and their spirits. I think this idea is further backed up by the curious grave violet item description, which had me perplexed for a long time before I had pondered these very questions. Its description reads as follows: "A purple flower that blooms in graveyards. Material used for crafting items. The hue of ghost flame. It's believed to be useful in calling forth spirits." Now, the grave violet is of course used in one recipe, the Rancor pot, and so is a material that produces spirit fire, or ghost flame. Now, what follows is of course my own speculation, but I believe the fact that this plant specifically grows in graveyards means that its growth must be connected to the dead and or their spirits. The fact the flower itself can be used to summon ghost flame and the associated Rancor spirits, to me suggests a sort of cycle, that these flowers are directly connected to the dead. They have grown from the dead.
Oh, what do you want me to do?
These spirits are in turn connected to the ghost flame, and thus these flowers, these grave violets, are infused with the same power. The ghost flame isn't just born from burning the bones. It is an element, a metaphysical element, intrinsically linked to the dead and their bodies, which is why we can get the ghost flame from the bones of the dead, or this flower, which has grown from those areas in which the dead are also located. The understanding that the ghost flame is an intrinsic part of the spirit and the dead, rather than just a practice or magic of the deathbirds, is essential in understanding how it is also associated with other death practices, and I find the grave violet to be a cornerstone in that understanding. But more on those other connections later, just bear it in mind for now. Now, returning to the idea that the deathbirds are able to summon vengeful spirits through the Rancor, this does seem to fit into the logic of the world, given that we know the dead can be controlled and summoned via ash. In the case of the deathbirds, these vengeful spirits, these Rancor, can be summoned or found within the ash raked from the fires of the deathbirds, and this is something we learn from ancient Death Rancor, which reads as follows: "Summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are cinders of the ancient Death Hex, raked from the fires of ghost flame by deathbirds." Now, this is very similar to our ability to use the spirit calling bell to summon forth spirit from the ash, and yet the Rancor spell suggests that the Deathrite birds were able to manipulate spirits in a more primitive degree, recreating a vengeful facet of the deceased rather than a one-to-one creation of the spirit, like the spirit calling bell can. They draw upon this exact aspect of the dead, the vengeful aspect, and they fire forth a one-tone version of the spirits within the ash. Is it possible the more sophisticated version of spirit calling, via the spirit calling bell, was developed by building off the practices of these death-right birds, the practice of summoning vengeful spirits? I certainly think this is plausible, as both practices do directly draw upon an aspect of the spirit from the ashes of the dead. The idea of death birds harnessing the power of spirits is further augmented by our understanding of the augmented wings that we see on upgraded death birds, known as death-right birds in the game. These versions of the death birds have huge magical wings in which sit a number of ghostly people. It turns out that death birds would have been supported in their death rites by certain priests, and this is something we learn via the death rite spear, which reads as follows. The priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. Now, this is a really interesting idea of dying so you can be revived in the future, and is something we will come back to when we visit the mausoleum and the soulless demigods. But in general, it seems as though, collectively, the practice overseen by the birds and their priests were known as the Rite of Death, the Death Rites, hence the Death Rite birds. I find it interesting that there were clearly humans involved, priests that served the manifestation of an outer god, the Death Birds, and perhaps these priests were priests to that outer god itself, the outer god that we discussed earlier in this video, and no doubt the priests venerated the Death Birds and their twin bird mother as well. These priests wielded these staffs and made an oath to become the guardians of these death-right birds.
Oh, wait, 1 second. That's
in
really
exchange
loud.
for future resurrection.
Hey, Jasper.
Being
What you want
dead
to say?
now and being brought to life
I just
in
wanted,
the future.
I just want to check on you. I asked if you could undeafen because I can't hear
these
anything.
Are the priests that are visible in the wings of the death
and I
don't
know why.
My audio's not working on stream?
Of the death birds.
Oh, wait,
No, it is working. I can
And
hear
it
you.
appears
It's
as
just
though
very
this
faint.
is how they act as
Oh, it's
guardians.
just...
As the presence
here.
of these wings and the presence of these
But
priests.
no, I was going to
do
ask
grant
because
the
if
death
I do
birds,
this and I
the
type
death
something to
right
ask
birds,
you a question,
far more
then it won't be delayed
than
at
their
all.
lesser kin.
I'll just instantly hear
to
you.
me, the death right priests
Oh,
present
okay.
as ghostly visages
By the way, I decided to
in
try
the wings
that Forge game
of
a
the
bit.
death right
It's
birds
not
are
too bad,
channeling their
actually. It's pretty
powers,
fun.
granting the
Hold on,
death
wait,
birds
which game?
their enhanced powers.
The Forge
And this
game I
is
was talking
evidenced by
about?
the ghostly glow
Oh, the one in
present on
Roblox?
these models that is not
Yeah, and it's
present
actually
on
kind
the
of
regular
what you're
death
supposed to do
birds.
the entire game.
And for
Like
those
right
who
now,
ask
I'm
me to
making my
explain why
weapon.
these death birds
And
are
by
so
making, that
difficult to
means that
kill,
you have to go
there's
into
your
a cave,
answer.
find the
The
resources,
death-right
collect the
priests and
resources,
wings
go to
of
the
these powered
blacksmith,
up
make the
death
weapon,
birds
and you don't even
are
know what
granting
you're
them
gonna get.
all those
You
horrendous
can get an
powers.
axe, a
So these
katana, a
priests
battle
are the
axe, a
reason
hammer,
why
a
the death birds
sword,
are so
short
traumatic
sword, a
to fight.
dagger, a knife,
Now, the
anything
death-right priests
really.
are
And
interesting
it's
to me
really
because
fun.
I've
You also got to make
suggested
your armor,
that
so
they channel
that's
the
not
power
fun.
of the death
And you
birds.
also have race
And
rules.
now I want
If I'm
to
correct,
segue
there's
into
two
a
different
subject
races.
that deals with another
Like the
human
two
trying to
races that
resurrect
everybody
and
wants.
channel these
Angel
powers
and Demon.
for
Angel
their own
makes it
ends.
basically so you
I'm
have
now going to
infinite
talk about the
stamina, which
subject
is
of
pretty
necromancy
good.
and
And
the
then there's Demon,
necromancer
which will increase your
Garrus
attack speed
that
by
we
a
meet
butt
in the
crazy
game.
amount.
Let's try and
But yeah,
unpack
no, I
this
think it's
lore
pretty cool.
by first of all looking at Garrus himself.
I want demon
He's
because
wearing
I'm
what
low-key
seems to say
evil and dark
a
and
hieroglyphic
twisted like
name of a
that.
cave
Shut
Well.
up! Be
was
quiet!
hidden in.
Just
This set
no.
reads as follows.
But
Like
no,
a fucking... Oh my god. Please tell me there's like a... was driven from town. There's like a demon angel race. So I can be like those one fucking RP people from Roblox, like
Half angel, half demon. You don't want to get on my path.
As is mentioned in the same
No,
set,
but I'm an
was
undead
in
race,
fact
which just makes
Celia.
my entire
Not
avatar
only was he
skeleton,
located
except
near
for the
Celia,
hair.
but is
And
also
I'm
very
using
intimate with the
gauntlets.
secrets of the town and
That's
the
cool. It
sorceries,
sounds
which
hard.
themselves are secret.
It's really fun, actually. There's zombies.
No,
and
no, I'm
shit, so you gotta
saying
get-
the undead race sounds hard. It does sound fun.
Which he can teach to you.
No, the entire
And I
thing that the
conclude
undead
that
race
it is
does
these
is whenever you're about to
interests
die,
and
it sends you
veneration
back
of
like
the world
Wilder
in
with half
general
your health.
that have had him driven from his former town.
I like that.
Now,
I do.
don't
I want to play
necessarily
some Night Rain
that
sometime.
Garrus is also
I'm missing
concept.
playing it.
However, I would suggest
I
that
miss
he has
having a
suffered
job, but
similar
you don't look at
and
me
parallel fate,
complaining.
that he was once a sage
I don't
of some
know.
order, only to be expelled for his
I'm sorry.
heretical magics.
Don't say sorry.
Yet
It's
for
fine.
Garrus, these heretical magics were
No, I'm saying sorry because you're
not
retarded.
wrought.
Okay.
And this
Yeah, I
would have
can't.
led to his expulsion from whatever town
I'm so
and
Sigma.
order he was a part of before.
You're so Sigma done.
His
Disrespect
motivation
your
for doing
boyfriend,
so,
that makes you
for
Sigma.
studying a heretical sorcery, is quite clear to us, as we can learn his motivations
Oh, and is that
by the
true?
weapon he wields, the
It
family
is
head's
true.
flail, and that item reads as follows.
Get away from me!
Three
Yeah, why is
bludgeoning
this
copper heads
zombie
attached to
a
handle
berserk
by
zombie? Put
chains.
that battle sword away.
Signature weapon of Necromancer Garrus, the heretical sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children.
What's
So for
Skibidi?
those familiar with Dark
And I'm just
One,
talking to
its
myself. I
story,
should have used a
may
different
find
color.
this story extremely
Wait, am I heard on
familiar to
stream?
that of
Yes,
the
you're heard
Pinwheel,
on stream.
a necromancer
Okay, I had to make sure.
who stole some of the
Oh my god, you didn't know that?
I did.
Thank God you didn't say anything.
as similar. For what else could a man who is already mourning
You're
his wife
Skibidi.
and 2 children want with necromancy? Clearly, he only has
You
one goal in mind.
could have gotten me
the
banned then.
resurrection of
Just
his lost
be careful.
family.
Okay.
Now, as to why I have included necromancy
B.
in this particular section,
You want to know what
is
rhymes with
because the
B?
branch of necromancy we encounter in Elden Ring
C.
appears to be
Christianity.
an offshoot of the sorceries of
Okay.
the death rite, of the death birds. For example, we can tie
What?
the idea of rancor and
Nothing.
controlling and guiding
That's
these
gonna offend a
vengeful
lot of
spirits
people. I'm sorry.
as something linked to
Yeah,
the death
yeah,
rites
totally.
and the death
Yeah.
birds.
It's
And
gonna
in fact,
offend a
it's
lot of
the
people.
ancient death
Watch your
rancor
mouth
which
saying
ties
those
us
words.
together. And I know I've already read it, but I will read it again just for the purposes of this section. Summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are the cinders of the ancient death hex, raked from the fires of Ghostflame by deathbirds. This now appears to be an ancient art that has been resurrected and revived by the necromancer Garrus, for the Rancorol spell reads as follows.
I love
Sorcery of the
I love
Servants
you.
of Death. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer
Here,
Garrus.
I'm gonna mute you, okay,
So
baby?
this is an interesting bit of lore for a number of
What?
reasons.
I'm gonna mute.
Firstly, it
I'm gonna
appeals to
mute you again.
sense
I'm not
of
gonna
need
deafen,
to
but I'm gonna
understand
mute
I'll
you.
mute, I got
the
it.
Elden
Love
Ring
you.
timeline.
Love you.
It uses the long time ago, as well as the fact that it was a long time ago when the world was absent, the Erd Tree. Secondly, it also links this branch of necromancy to the death rites. But unlike the death rites, the necromancer Garrus is not as interested in the whole rites as a whole as a religious practice, but is instead interested in the ability to control
Wait,
the
here, wait.
spirits from the
Is that
ash
gonna
of
make
the
me
long
louder?
dead, and his
Yeah,
need
that's-
to
there we go.
somehow control and recreate the spirits of his lost family. And this motivation and objective seems to have been achieved to some degree, and this is backed up by
Amos,
the
can
skill
you just
found
stand?
in Garrus's
Oh,
weapon, called Familial Rancor, and the description of that skill reads as follows. Gently rattle the copperheads to summon vengeful spirits that chase down foes. The anguish of a spouse and children invites accursed wrath. Given the description of this skill and the description of the Rancorol spell, I conclude that Garrus has looked in and researched the spells of the Death Rite to harness the spirits of his long dead family, and in a way he has succeeded. But as we have already discussed, the Death Rites and their control of Rancor only provides a primitive aspect of the deceased spirit. It isn't a one-to-one recreation, it only draws upon their vengeance. And while Garrus has managed to resurrect his family in a sense, I can hardly believe this pale and tortured imitation was his end goal, and thus I see Garrus's story as another one of tragedy, something far too common in Elden Ring. So while what we learn of the Deathrite birds may be threadbare, their legacy is far more prominent, as these birds essentially become symbolic and synonymous with death. We see this on the attire of the Ravenmount assassins, including their cloak, which reads as follows. A ritual implement for transforming into a death bird, if only by imitation. We are the birds of prey, bringers of death. These assassins want to represent themselves as the bringers of death, to strike fear into those who would cross them, and to give weight to their promise as assassins. And thus they have taken the raven appearance of the Deathbirds. But not only that, they attempt to mimic their movements by diving on their opponents from above, as we learn via their raptor talon weapons. And this is all because the assassins want to appear as death themselves, and to this world, there's no
try
clearer
putting
indication of
shading
death
of
than the death birds.
gnome oil on
It
so
becomes
that makes
clear
it
that in the
darker.
world of Elden Ring, the most recognisable symbol of death is the death bird, as it might be the skull for us in real life. And this really speaks to the cultural importance that these death birds once held. They were death in a world before the Erd Tree, and even now, people take their symbol as the symbol of death. But ultimately, the death birds aren't just death themselves, they were shepherds. Shepherds of the dead, guiding the Deathrite priests in burning of the dead and controlling and shepherding the vengeful spirits found within the ash. Throughout Elden Ring, many of the beings associated with death play this role as guide or shepherds, and so in the next chapter, I do want to have a look at the idea of psychopomps and analyse the different shepherds and ushers of death that we find throughout the lands between. Now, I've mentioned the word psychopomp numerous times throughout the video, and now it's time to really get into it. The word psychopomp is derived from an ancient Greek word that is used to describe a being or spirit whose purpose is to help guide the dead to the afterlife. This idea is very much a repeated theme in Elden Ring, as the dead are frequently described as lost and or needing guidance and leadership. For example, the Rosis axe reads the following: Usher of Death, Rosis, who shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. The death easily lose their way, and have always been in sore need of a guiding hand. The Usher of Death, Rosis, is quite obviously the most clear example of a psychopomp in the entire game, and is actually one of the first characters that we will probably come across in our exploration of the lands between. He is of course the statues that provide the blue guiding light that lead us to catacombs. What's interesting is the idea that there are those who become lost in death, and this is an idea that we will see repeated when we examine the Tibia Mariners shortly. To me, it gives the impression that the dead are a sort of resource that each system belief can gather and guide in order to dominate the world's life cycles. Unlike the death birds, however, it's clear that Rosis is a being or psychopomp that is aligned with the status quo, to be a guide to Erd Tree burial, hence the blue lights that Rosis statues produce that guide us to catacombs, the sites of Great Root burial. Rosis seems to guide and protect the dead in other ways. Not only does he shepherd the dead to the roots of the Great Tree, but he also seems to overlook and protect the catacombs in varying ways. He very much is the psychopomp of the Erd Tree Order and Erd Tree Burial. Converse to the Golden Order, we of course have those who live in death, and for an in-depth look into this area of the lore, I recently completed a very long video on the subject, and I highly recommend it and will link below. However, in regards to the subject of guides of the dead, I think most of you will know where I'm going when I speak of those who live in death. We're of course speaking of the Tibia Mariners. A good place to start with the Tibia Mariners is of course with the Tibia's summons item description, which reads as follows. Summons a group of those lost in death. The dead have long been left to wander. What they need is leadership. As I mentioned earlier, we repeatedly see this idea of the dead becoming lost, or that they require guidance. But Tibia's summons actually takes it further by capitalising a title, Those Lost in Death, which I take to be a state of being comparable to those who live in death. Again, it gives me the idea that the dead are in this wayward state, and it's up to the varying factions to gather this resource to their cause, whether that be through psychopomps like Rosis or the Tibia Mariners. The Tibia Mariners, while not mentioned much in in-game lore, are actually dripping with lore, if you excuse the pun, especially when it comes to their appearance. They are once again linked to the aquatic themes of the Prince of Death, stagnation, Kigari, and centipedes. Again, all subjects I dive deeply into in my Godwin lore video. However, in short, the aquatic facet of the Tibia Mariner makes sense, especially in relation to the relevance of stagnant water to those who live in death. However, to most, their appearance is most likely more evocative of a famous character of myth.
Hold on, I need to see Muriel real quick. I got it pretty. I got it pretty close, actually. Yeah, I did get it actually pretty close. You got the grayish red. You've got the greenish gray. If you look at that, I actually got it near perfect. Hey, look at that. God, what a beautiful dog. Shut up. It's like around. It seems like it's a little. I'll use this for the ground. No, I'll try something new. Oh wait, yeah, I gotta unpause it.
Famous psychopomp of them all, I of course refer to Haron, the boatman of the river Styx. When sending their dead to the afterlife, the ancient Greeks would often place a coin on their dead, and this was so they could pay the fee demanded by Haron when they reached Hades. Upon receiving the fee, Haron would ferry the dead across the river Styx that divided the land of the living and the land of the dead. No clearer a psychopomp could there be, and I think there would be very little argument that the Tibia Mariners are not meant to evoke this same image. And in concert with the Tibia's summons, we clearly see the Tibia Mariners are guides to bring those who are lost in death into living death, to join those who live in death. Indeed, we see them use another tool of theirs to this very end, their long trumpet, which doubles as both a paddle and instrument. Given the Greek themes behind psychopomps and the Tibia Mariners, I liken this trumpet to the salpinx, a trumpet-like instrument of the ancient Greeks, and you can see the long design of this instrument is very close in appearance to the same one that the mariners use. Historians have speculated that this instrument, the salpinx, was a military instrument, meant to give commands before a battle started, and in Elden Ring I speculate the Tibia Marina uses it in a similar fashion. They use the trumpet to guide and direct the dead, those who are lost to our world, those who are lost in death. And upon hearing the trumpet, they are guided to the Tibia Mariner's side, being pulled into our world and becoming those who live in death. And we do see this throughout our fights with the Tibia Mariners, that those they summon are those who live in death, new warriors for these mysterious boatmen. As Vati quite rightly points out in his Death Boss lore video, the Tibia Mariners can also be related to another talking point in regards to the psychopomps, Helfin's steeple, as the Tibia Mariner in the mountaintops of the Giants drops this item. And as we will see, it really will continue on these themes of guiding the dead. So let us start to unpack the ideas found in this item by reading its item description. Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfin, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world. The lamplight is similar to Grace in appearance, only it says those who met their death in battle. Again, we quite clearly see the reoccurring themes of the guidance of the dead, and I believe the choice of the name also illustrates this. The spelling of Helfin may not necessarily mean anything spelled out, but phonetically it is the same as the German word Helfen, meaning help or assistance in English. And this makes sense, given its role in helping the lost spirits of the dead in finding their way to the spirit world. Now, the idea of a spirit world is a fascinating concept for the lands between, especially when we get visual hints that there may be a spiritual realm in Elden Ring, and it's made even more tantalising that we get nothing else mentioned on it apart from this Helfin steeple item description. And it's at this point I'm going to recommend another excellent video by the creator Crunchy, who did a deep dive on the concept of a spirit world in Elden Ring, and he covers this in his Helfin lore video, which I've already mentioned a few times throughout this video. I cannot recommend it enough, and please go and give Crunchy your support. That being said, let us break down what we know of the Helfin. According to the description, the sword is modelled after a lampwood, or as Vati's translation in his video states, a lamplight tree. And again, thanks to Vati for sharing these translations. So in short, the sword seems to mimic a black forked tree that appears in the spirit realm as a lamplight to guide them with a sort of grace. The fact that this is a tree that is also giving off a sort of grace suggests it may be some kind of mirror of the Erd tree in the Shadow Realm. And again, this is something that Crunchy touches upon in his video. Vati theorizes that this sort of grace-mimicking light could be red, due to the red gem found in the sword itself. Now, the red is interesting, because when the Tibia Mariners summon those who are lost in death to become those who live in death, a red light can be seen as they are summoned, as if the Tibia Mariners are harnessing or mimicking the power of the Helfin, and I do think this red light helps lend credence to Vati's ideas that this is a red light rather than a golden light, as it is for grace. And ultimately, this idea of a light guiding the dead to where they need to be is also a theme that is backed up by the fact that it's what Roses
I want the
does
ground
as
to
well.
look dirty here.
He uses a blue light to guide the dead to his intended destination.
Red, blue, purple.
Another
Oh my
facet
god.
of this sword that's interesting in regards to the greater themes of death is the weapon art attached to it, which is called Ruinous Steeple, which reads
Purple,
the sword
the
in
Glow-Eyed Queen.
Ghost Flame.
Ah!
Ghost Flame is something we have discussed at length in this video, and it ties us back to the Deathrite and the
Oh,
Death
makes sense.
Bird. As Crunchy points out in his video, the steeple of the Helfin sword is very similar to the Deathrite staffs, and also the red-feathered branch sword talismans that were once used in ancient death rituals, doubtless the Deathrites, given that these items drop from the Death Birds. And if so, does the ghost flame on the sword and the possession of this sword by the Tibia Mariner tie these two practices together? In my opinion, the answer is both yes and no. I think that Dee's initial dialogue makes it clear that the Tibia Mariners are essentially manifestations of the Death Root and shepherds for those who live in death. They are spawn of the Mark of the Centipede.
Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death, and worse yet, it is home to a mariner.
So they are something separate from the Deathrite birds. And this is of course reinforced by the fact that the Tibia Mariners are the main holders of the Death Root, and this ties them very firmly to Godwyn. Yet those who live in death do seem to burn in the ghost flame after they die, before resurrecting. The ghost flame is wielded by the Death Birds, is wreathed on the Helfin blade, which is in turn borne by the Tibia Mariner. The ghost flame even appears tied to the mausoleums, as when we clear these skull barnacles from their feet, a burst of ghost flame is seen, and I would speculate that this suggests that the mausoleum attracts these souls or gathers them, and this is because of the soulless demigod entombed within, a nexus of death, if you will. There are a lot of connections here, and going even deeper, we can find further connections between all of these subjects, which can make it confusing. As Crunchy states in his Helfin video, the ghost flame could easily be described as fire, drained of colour, a white flame. The eclipse as the sun, drained of its colour. And as described in my prior Godwyn lore video, last protagonist's comment on a V-limit eclipse video makes it clear that the Japanese or kanji for eclipse means worm-eaten, corroded, and the word rosis is a Latin word which means gnawed, eaten away. So what is the connection between all these subjects? Well, first of all, I wouldn't make it too literal and think that all of these practices are linked. I think it's just a thematic connection for death. As English speakers, there's lots of things we're not understanding, that thematically, these are all death subjects, and thus they will repeat a lot of the same imagery and themes and language to evoke a certain feeling from their audience. It's just that culturally, we are not up to the same speed as some of the Japanese players will be. But if you do want to try and tie it together in the lore as to why there's so many overlaps between these ideas, We all have to bear in mind that all of these practices, all these funerary rites, all these agents of different outer gods and the greater will, all draw from the same place, the spirit realm or the realm of the dead. I have already discussed how the ghost flame, while often associated with the Deathbirds, is actually more an intrinsic part of all dead and all spirits, hence why it can be summoned via Grave Violet, which has grown from carrion, as well as why the ghost flame is associated with those who live in death, necromancy, and the Helfin sword. As in the real world, funerary rites cross over with one another. They take ideas from one another, and ultimately they deal with the same grand questions that we do in the real world. And this is why traditions in the real world and in Elden Ring, when it comes to death, often deal with similar subjects, just in slightly different ways. My point is that we have highlighted several different systems and different masters behind these different funerary rites and the different psychopomps that have their different
I'm
motivations
gonna do one more bishop
for guiding the dead to their own ends. But you
before
will see
I
similar
end stream.
forces at play in each of the rites because they deal with the same subject, and that is the dead and their spirits. So with that subject fairly well covered, there's some other connected subjects that I want to cover before we wrap up the video on all things death, and I move on from saying death for the 1000th time. The last subject I want to tackle is the mausoleum and the soulless demigods. I'd like to start this section off by first of all acknowledging that I have previously discussed this subject matter in regards to its connection to Godwyn in my last video and in Mikla in a far previous video. So there will be a degree of repetition, but I will be covering it in more depth and more holistically, and you will see some thematic allusions and conclusions that I come to that you won't have seen in my prior videos. So let us start with what I see to be the introduction to this faction, so to speak. The dialogue of the ghost from the Weeping Peninsula, who says the following. So this dialogue presupposes that the mausoleum appears to hold a relation of Marika, a demigod. This is then something we can attribute to all mausoleums when we consider the mausoleum surcoat, which reads, "The surcoat depicts the mausoleum bell, demigods." So these structures and their soldiers are entirely formulated around deceased and soulless demigods that are contained within. This is of course in some way linked to Godwyn's fate, given he too is soulless and is referred to as the first of the demigods to die, as mentioned by the likes of Rogier and as described on the Golden Epitaph item description. So we do need to consider how these to me it doesn't make sense that they too were killed on the night of the Black Knives. We looked at the mechanics of this event during my Godwyn lore video, but in a nutshell the
One thing I
assassins
did forget
actually
is
physically
the
carved the
eyes.
curse mark into Godwyn's flesh. Not only that, but it was due to Ranni's machinations in having the curse mark broken in half that would cause Godwyn to die only in soul, and therefore this exact scenario would need to be repeated for each of the soulless demigods, thus unlikely. However, that being said, I am not Gideon all-knowing, and if you want a well-reasoned and contrasting view, I would recommend a Reddit post by GorseXI, who makes some excellent and well-researched arguments in favour of the demigods intentionally being killed during the Nights of the Black Knives, and so I'll link that below and highly recommend you read that after this video. However, in my opinion, what is more likely is that these demigods instead came into contact with the death root that was spread from Godwyn's corpse from the roots of the Great Tree, and upon death they became the soulless. And given the connections found between the mausoleum and the revival of soulless demigods at Castle Sol, it does seem to me to firmly link them to Godwyn's condition, i.e. the soullessness brought about by his own undeath. So why are they where they are now in the mausoleums in the way that they are? Well, firstly, it seems as though they are preserved in this manner because of the loyalty of their liege followers, who seem to want to preserve their fallen lords until they are able to be revived. A good source of evidence for this is the description of the mausoleum knight armour, which reads as follows. Armour worn by headless knights who endlessly watch the wandering mausoleum. A self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so that they may serve their masters in death. So the fact this says their masters suggests that these warriors were the forces of the demigod when the demigod was alive. They are their soldiers in life and in death. And this can explain why the mausoleum soldiers and knights have armor in keeping with the rest of the forces of the demigods of the living world. This piece of lore also indicates that they then became headless on purpose, through some sort of ritual that binds these warriors as undead, immortal guardians, tied to their purpose. Indeed, we do see every single mausoleum warrior and knight is without a head. And in fact, this also matches up with their masters.
Oh, this one has much.
Each of the soulless demigods found within the mausoleum are also without
to be fair,
head.
it is.
But why? The warriors seem to
the
do this
least
as some sort of ritual to become immortal guardians. But why are the demigods
it's
themselves
mostly grey.
While this is a fairly threadbare area of the lore, there are some interesting connections that we can make. We have already commented on the fact that the funerary practices of the world sometimes overlap when it comes to ideas.
Sure, there's a slight
symbolism.
green on the shell.
And in this case, there's a
and you can tell there's gold and white
with
in
the Mausoleum Knights integrating Deathbird imagery. Of course, looking at the Mausoleum Knight armor set, we can see the wings of the Deathbird have been taken upon their backs, symbolizing death. Now, this is of interest to me because the decapitations associated with the Mausoleum Knights could also be tied to Deathbird imagery.
Next,
One-Eyed Dragon Powell made a comment on Clip's video, suggesting that the sacrificial acts may have had some connection to the process behind the Mausoleum soldiers' decapitation.
2 hours?
Firstly, axes are often used historically in the process of decapitation.
This one shouldn't take long.
This axe is also
I have a guide now.
to the Deathbirds. For its description reads, hatchet used in ancient sacrificial rite. The Deathbird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers. Given the Mausoleum Knights have already incorporated Deathbirds into their symbolism,
no, I'm gonna get another.
It is a stretch to imagine they also could have built this ancient sacrificial rite into their practices. While I would like to stress that this is speculation, it does tie in very neatly. The beheadings and the axe obviously tie in together nicely, and it ties together with the Deathbird imagery that the Mausoleum Knights already use. Furthermore, the axe mentions an ancient rite, and that the power of this rite still lingers, as if there is a real power to the sacrificial rite being performed. Is it possible that this ancient rite mentioned in the hatchet is also the rite mentioned in the Mausoleum Knight armor? I will leave that thought with you, but for me it's definitely possible, and I thank One-Eyed Dragon Powell for that insightful comment. The only other question remaining about this burial practice, about having the soulless demigod in the mausoleum, is why the demigods themselves are beheaded before being interred. So to that end, I do have a pretty speculative theory that I'm basing on my own knowledge of real-world burial practices and decapitations. So just bear with me a moment. So decapitation is obviously something that has happened in real life throughout history for varying reasons, most often for banal punishment or execution, and you wouldn't think there's much here to relate it to the burial of a soulless demigod. However, in some cases, there are symbolic purposes behind decapitations. For example, some are done to prevent a soul from reaching the afterlife, or it was often used to prevent the unquiet dead from reanimating, i.e. zombies. Fear of revenants or the dead rising is a fear that's reported all the way back in the Roman era, and dismemberment was hoped to be a cure for such reanimation. And relating this back to the soulless demigods, I do not believe these are random or just a artistic choice, but are instead a measure to make sure that the bodies of the soulless demigods are able to remain as they are until their resurrection comes. Consider Godwyn's fate. His body has grown grotesque and monstrous due to his lack of a soul. And as we learn from Lutiel's ashes, as well as the events at Castle Sol, the eventual goal of the mausoleums and their knights is to protect their soulless demigod until they are able to be revived. And in comparison to Godwyn's corpse, the corpses of the soulless demigods seem pretty secure, pretty nice, and pretty uncorrupted. They are preserved. I may obviously not be right here, and I am stretching credulity a little bit, but I do believe the idea of decapitations, putting the unquiet dead to rest, feels right to me. These are corrupted, soulless demigods at the end of the day, and bear in mind that this practice of the Mausoleum Knights seems to be supported by the Erdtree Society, given that Luteel earns an Erdtree burial through her actions as a Mausoleum Guardian, meaning that the practices of the Mausoleum must not be contrary to the beliefs and ideals of the Erdtree. And I think, therefore, by decapitating a soulless demigod and preventing them from joining those who live in death, not only do they preserve their lord until their revival, but they also prevent the spread of those who live in death, and therefore it makes sense why a hero like Luteel, giving her life to defend such an ideal, would be given an Erdtree burial. But that is just my speculation on the matter.
Hear me, demigods, my children beloved. Make of thyselves that which ye desire, be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices. The Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it. To wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart. Let a new epoch begin. An epoch
I've never heard this
glistening
before.
with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree.
The Lands Between are a realm that is home to many a legendary and powerful figure.
Hi Jasper,
And
I heard
as the
that.
Tarnished, we get to rub shoulders
Everyone
with
else
these
heard that
giants,
too.
even if they have seen better days. Yet at the centre of it all
Accidental, my
is
bad.
Queen Marika, the Eternal, the god of the world, and the vessel for the
Wait,
Elden
what'd you say?
Ring. For the mystery of the game starts
Accident,
with the
my
opening
bad.
cinematic
It's okay.
that declares that Queen Marika is missing. It is she who ushered in the age of the Erdtree through bloodshed and battle, and symbolised an era of bounty under its bows. Marika's hand is felt everywhere in the Lands Between, through her children, and through an entire culture that has been built around her image and God-given authority. Yet the grandeur of the Erdtree and the realm of Marika would not last forever, despite that being the intention. Marika's duty was an immense burden, and to understand Marika is to understand the incredible stress that she must have faced over hundreds, if not thousands of years. The flaws of the Golden Order and the machinations of others had chipped at the foundations of the world, and the final blow would be delivered by Marika herself. With a swing of her hammer, Marika destroyed herself and the Elden Ring, leaving the world crooked, broken, and without leadership. Yet despite these immutable facts, and spending hundreds of hours surrounded by her statues, Marika remains one of the most enigmatic characters in the entire game, and multiple questions will always remain. So join me this week as we examine the Erdtree and Marika, the god of an epoch. And I'm really excited to bring you this video, as I find both of these subjects some of the more difficult to comprehend in the entire game. And to that end, I've referenced the work of other great content creators throughout this video, such as ELDEN, Ziostorm, Ashen Hollow, Quailag, and Last Protagonist, the latter even being kind enough to provide me with some translations for certain pivotal items. I think for subjects like this, we are enriched by drawing upon each other's work, much like traditional scholarship, especially since the lore of Elden Ring encompasses such a large breadth of themes and ideas. So consider checking out these creators below, as they're all fantastic members of this community, and their views and perspectives on these subjects has helped round out my perception of this subject matter. I've decided to structure this video by first of all exploring the origins of the Erdtree, before then tying it together with a history and analysis of Marika in the latter part of the video. The origins of the Elden Ring's influence upon the world began with the coming of the Elden Beast, something we learn via the Elden Star's incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the Lands Between. which would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Beast would then become the Elden Ring, and thus would begin the primordial age of the dragons, where the ancient dragons would rule on behalf of the Greater Will. The setup of this rule is very similar to what we see in Marika's era, a god and an Elden Lord. This is something we learn from the remembrance of the Dragon Lord, which shows that Placidusax was the Elden Lord to a god that we don't know much about. Indeed, we can even see what appears to be a more primordial version of the Elden Ring engraved in Fire Missoula, the capital of the dragon civilization. And this engraving of the Elden Ring in a different form just reinforces what we really know already and what we'll explore in this video, that the Elden Ring's power has changed form over time. In the modern era, it is represented by the Erd Tree.
These things
and
explode
the
like
Erd Tree, of
glass
course,
if I
has its
drop them.
origins in the Crucible. Now, whether this engraving of the Elden Ring found in Fire Missoula is representative of the Crucible or of an earlier version of the Elden Ring is unknown, and not really that particularly relevant for this video. The main important takeaway is, of course, that the Elden Ring has changed over time. And now let us go back to the Crucible so we can understand the origins of the Erd Tree. It is a basic piece of lore, but the Crucible is an earlier form of the Erd Tree. I'm sure most people understand that by this stage in the game's history. But let's cover it anyway. So it's something we learn of via the Godskin Noble set, and it reads the following. Not unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree in its primordial form. This means that to understand the Erd Tree, we must first of all look at the Crucible, as they are essentially two evolutionary stages of the same force. The timeline in Elden Ring is not extremely clear, but I believe the era of the Crucible overlaps with both the prehistoric era of the dragons and the early era of the Erd Tree. I think this idea can be supported by some imagery we find in Fire Missoula, and shout out to Quailag who made this connection in one of her videos, and I will link the relevant video below. In Fire Missoula, there are reliefs in certain parts of the area that have some interesting implications. These reliefs seem to show a tree flanked by two unusual looking creatures, who to me must either be some kind of dragonkin or, as Quailag suggests, misbegotten. As shown by the description of Siluria's spear, as well as the actual imagery of the weapon itself and her helmet, appears to depict the Crucible as a sort of wild and natural looking tree, and given the Crucible is the primordial form of the Erd Tree, this makes perfect sense. The Crucible is distinctly linked to the Greater Will and the power of the Elden Ring, a period of red gold rather than pale gold of the Erd Tree and Golden Order. The idea of red gold being used as an indicator of the Crucible's influence is an idea that we can learn from the Gilded Great Shield, which reads the following. Metal Great Shield coated with gold, carried by knights loyal to Godric. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd Tree, the colour of homeward yearning. The nature of this gold is interesting because the two different colours of gold tie it back to an allegiance with the Greater Will, but the different shading of red and pale symbolise two different eras of golden rule, a point well made by Ordovis's great sword, which reads the following. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. The red tint of the gold seems to be symbolic of the themes of primeval life that we often see associated with the Crucible, hence why we see this gold adorning the Crucible Knight's armour and weapons. And thematically, the red gold ties in here with the idea of life being closely associated with the age of the Crucible, something we will again examine when we come to the Age of Abundance chapter, an overlapping period between the Crucible era and the Erd Tree era. The evolution from Crucible to Erd Tree, from wild life to refined life, explains the differences between earlier Greater Will beliefs versus those of the Golden Order, and in turn leads us to understand why the Golden Order views the worship of the Crucible as a more primitive worship of life and the Greater Will. The item description of the Gilded Shield, of course, calls into question Godric's beliefs, given that it is a shield wielded by his soldiers, that he is linked to Godfrey, a lord more in tune with the Crucible, and his venerations of dragons, and the fact he blends together life in an artificial sense via grafting. But this, of course, is an analysis and a story for another video. As we already discussed, gold was a signifier of the Greater Will's power in this time, and while it was red gold, it is nonetheless kin to the paler gold of later eras and later Golden Order incantations. And indeed we learn of the kinship and ties between the red gold of ancient dragon lightning and the pale gold of modern Erdtree worship via the gravel stone seal, which reads as follows. The worship of the ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold, creating a bridge between these more primeval eras and the age of the Erdtree. One is an evolution of the other. For all intents and purposes, they are both tools of the Greater Will. The very fact ancient dragons wield the red gold in their lightning powers just reinforces that they were the chosen of the Greater Will at this earlier stage. And again, to me, it could imply that the Crucible may have existed in the time of the ancient dragons, although the timeline is not very clear. However, we do have to remember that the Crucible is a force where all life was once blended together. It is therefore possible that primeval life emerged from this churn, including the dragons. Very possible, though it is not without its problems, and it is something I will analyse in my upcoming Crucible video. The main point of understanding to take from this chapter, since the prehistoric era of the dragons, the age of the Crucible, and thus the Erdtree, these ages are all defined and linked by one single power, the power of the Elden Ring, and thus as we get into the Erdtree proper, we must understand that the Erdtree is just the latest extension of the Elden Ring, a way for the Greater Will to exert their power over the lands between, just as the Crucible before that. So time has always been tricky in Souls games. So how long ago are these past events? How long does the timeline stretch? While it isn't necessary to bog yourself down in these specifics, I do find it an interesting and rewarding idea to ponder. We've already seen that the Empire of the Ancient Dragons is referred to as the prehistoric era, and just for reference, the term prehistoric is coming from the dragon shield talismans that you can find different varieties of.
This is part one.
And that can give us some
This
ideas
is part
in
one
regards to
of the
timescale
series,
if we
and
relate it to
it's
our
14
real
hours
world
long.
as an allegorical comparison.
Now, part two
For
is
us,
12
prehistory
hours
is the
long.
time of human history before humanity began.
I believe
writing,
it goes to
began
5
documenting
parts.
History. And that
5
documentation
whole
can take
parts.
any form from writing, inscriptions.
I'm pretty sure, when I counted, it was 70 hours.
Paintings or symbolism, any type of creative medium or tool meant to commemorate past
70
events. And
hours
effectively, in our world,
video.
this is a huge period that starts about 3 million years ago, but only ended about 5,000 years ago. And so for me, the most reasonable view of this time span is to view the reign of the dragons as several millennia ago,
Elden Ring
probably
is
even more. The Erdtree
the
had not been
best
born from the
game
Crucible, its primordial
ever.
form, and the dragons wielded the power of the Elden Ring, as we can see from their red gold lightning, and the fact that they had the Elden Lord and God of this era. Regardless, it is clear that this was a far different era of Elden Ring rule, with the form of the Elden Ring being far different from what we're used to in the modern era, quote-unquote. Yet much like Marika's reign, the rule of the dragons would come to a close, and I do think it is within the scope of this video to at least touch upon this subject. We know from Placidusax's remembrance that the god of this era disappeared, and it is no doubt this that played a key factor in their society's collapse. And originally this chapter on the dragons was much more robust, but given the size of this video, as you will see, I really had to tone it down as there was a lot of bloat in this video, but suffice it to say I will cover the history of the dragons in a later video. But for whatever reason, the dragon god fled and Placidusax would hide beyond time, and between that reign and Marika's reign, we don't
And
know
the
of
Night
any
Rain.
other Elden Lords or any other gods in that period,
Yes,
and it is
okay.
my belief that between these two reigns, there was a little bit of a power vacuum, which explains why we see a multitude of different civilizations clearly at different times having risen and fallen in this period. And with that said, we'll move on to the next chapter where we try and assess this pre-Erdtree era. As mentioned in the previous chapter, it's unclear whether the dragons ruled all the way up to the period known as the Age of the Erdtree, but my suspicion is that they fizzled out quite a bit before the emergence of the Erdtree, leaving a period without a god and Elden Lord, where the Crucible was the main force in the world. This is of course my speculation, but I base it off the fact there's plenty of evidence of plenty different communities arising in the years prior to the Erdtree's rule. I believe there's a good bit of carbon dating in Elden Ring if we look at certain events, and this is one that I've referenced before in my videos, and that is the War of the Ice Dragons and the Fire Giants, as explained by Borealis' Mist. And I believe this is a good bit of supporting evidence that there was a good length of time between the fall of the Age of the Dragons and the rise of the Age of the Erdtree. The reason I believe this is because the war was fought by the modern dragons. We learn of the differences between modern and ancient dragons from items such as the Lightning Strike and Dragon Wound Grease. In short, modern dragons are the bipedal, more wyvern-like dragons like Agheel, Borealis and Smaragd. These are dragons who have descended from the stone-like quadrupedic ancient dragons and have lost their immortality due to the loss of the gravel stone scales. The fact that these derivative and modern species of dragons were the ones to war with the fire giants, who themselves would overlap with the early age of the Erdtree, is an interesting point of history for me. I see the modern dragons as a degenerate devolution that must have come about through the collapse of their empire and their association with the Elden Ring. This is my speculation, of course, but the very fact the fire giants were able to carve out their own territory and defeat an entire branch of dragonkind without any retaliation from the Elden Dragon Lord, to me simply suggests that the Dragon Empire was a thing long since past by this stage, and is a great indicator of a sort of timeline given we know that the fire giants would be at the zenith of their power at the beginning of the Age of the Erdtree. And I do think it makes sense given how long we are talking about. We are talking about moving from a primeval, prehistoric era of a world, moving into an era that is more aligned with the medieval era, and I'm of course referring to the Leyndell civilization of the Erdtree. And to me there are clear indicators that there have been many other early civilizations that have risen and fallen within the timeline, and they would only really fit in the gap between the Age of the Dragons and the gap between the Age of the Erdtree. We of course have the ancient civilization who built the Ul and Uld palaces, and the mausoleum that would then become the Mohgwyn Palace. Given the architectural similarities to real-world Sumerian and ancient Greek civilizations, the implication of these architectural choices and influence to me is meant to imply that this is a civilization well in the past before the rise of Leyndell, which again reflects a more modern medieval era. And this is not to mention the fact that it is actually referred to as an ancient civilization in the Mohgwyn Palace map. Again, we have had the ancient era of the Uld and Ul palaces. However you look at the timeline, it becomes undeniable that there were cultures that grew up and developed separate from the influence of the Erdtree. As such, they developed their own ideas, practices, and worshipped their own gods, and conceived their beliefs outside what we know to be as the norm during the reign of Marika. A good example of this idea is rooted in an actual bit of in-game lore and not my own waffle, and this is found in the Sorcery Explosive Ghost Flame item description, which reads as follows. In the time when there was no Erdtree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keeper of that flame. So the Deathbirds and the Twinbird deserve their own video and analysis, of course, but they and their associated beliefs are a great illustration of a world without an Erdtree, when death was completely divorced from it. And building upon this, For a further example of a community and culture that has clearly developed their own beliefs and practices surrounding death, we can of course look to the ancestral follower community. This culture has a wholly different burial and funerary practice, free from the dominion and domination of the Erd Tree. Indeed, these are more than just beliefs, as their beliefs on death and rebirth are made manifest in the form of their ancestor spirits. The remembrance of the regal ancestor reads as follows: ancestral spirits exist as a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Erd Tree. Life sprouts from death as it does from birth. Such is the way of the living. Indeed, even in the corpses of these ancestral beings that we find in the areas of the ancestral followers, we can see new life forming from their remains. Flora budding in a perfect display of the cycle of life and death, a cycle that is free from the Erd Tree burial of Marika's era. And I think we have hit here on an important point, as we now understand why the arrival of the Erd Tree was not welcomed with open arms. These are practices of death and life that have understanding. Let us look at the protection of the Erd Tree incantation, which reads the following: in the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree. Everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, and now we can start to understand why. Entire societies, communities, and cultures had risen up with their own practices, gods, religion, and their own ways of understanding death. So the arrival of the Erd Tree would be a massive tyrannical force in respect of your own beliefs and practices. Instead of being allowed to burn your dead in ghost flames, or bury them, or honour your ancestral spirits, Erd Tree burial would replace that and be seen as the only true way of honouring death. Erd Tree burial, which is essentially becoming one with the Great Tree, being absorbed by its roots in a horrible convergence of life and rebirth that would remove any reverence or individuality from the burial process. And indeed, when Marika is the representative of the Erd Tree, it is made extremely clear that the Erd Tree is the only way of governing life, and if you do not get with the program, you will be excluded to the ends of the earth.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
I really like this quote because it illustrates the fact that the Erd Tree and Marika really became to represent a dominant world power with no contenders and no flexibility. It is worth bearing in mind that the worship of Marika, the Erd Tree, and the Fingers exists beyond the lands between. And this is something we learn from the Church Confessor armor set, which reads, "The churches outside the lands between, dedicated to the teachings of the two fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace." The churches outside the
Worst
lands
part about
between.
this is doing the hat.
So be in no doubt about Marika's intention at this early stage. The Erd Tree will govern all, or your existence will be that of an outcast. And this does line up nicely with what we actually see in-game. For those who do not fit within the established order do actually exist in the fringes. We have the ancestor followers, the misbegotten, those of the Halig Tree, the Omen, and the Albinaurics. All of these people are pushed to the fringes of the lands between, unwelcome and oppressed, struggling to preserve their own ways of life. And for a large group of the outcasts, one of the main unifying themes is the Crucible. But to answer the question as to why, the reason behind the people of the Crucible being ostracized, we must go to the heart of what the Erd Tree represents in comparison to the Crucible. So with that said, let us move on to the next chapter, where we attempt to answer the question, what actually is the Erd Tree? Let us backtrack slightly now and discuss the evolution of the Crucible into the Erd Tree that would trigger the events leading up to what we know as the Age of the Erd Tree at the conclusion of the War with the Giants. In the first chapter, we have already examined that in the Godskin Noble set, that the Crucible is defined as the primordial form of the Erd Tree, and so it's time to address what this actually means and how it can inform our understanding of the Erd Tree's form, and function. Let us examine what is meant by primordial from Oxford Languages. Their definition in regards to biology is the earliest stage of development. And so this just reinforces what we've already said a number of times, that the crucible is the Erd Tree, just at an earlier stage in its life cycle. And revisiting the Gilded Great Shield item description, we then understand that the energies found within the crucible would coalesce and eventually form the Erd Tree, a new form that would replace what we knew as the crucible. My belief is that the power of the Elden Ring, funneled into the chaotic matter of the crucible, would grow and solidify into the Erd Tree that would then rise from its primordial form to dominate the skyline of the lands between. And as already discussed in the prior chapters, as evidenced by Siluria's weapons and her armour adornments, the crucible did actually take the form of a sort of tree prior to being named the Erd Tree. And so I find this interesting because of the recent debates and ideas that have come up in the community regarding the two halves of the Erd Tree. And if you aren't sure of what I mean by this, I'm referring to the fact that there's like a golden magical outer layer to the Erd Tree, and then there's the inner, more traditional wooden tree, including the great tree roots that go below the catacombs. Creators like Zyostorm, Sekiro Dubi, and Quelaag have highlighted there are clear differences in the Erd Tree, where it appears to be split between two different forms, a clearly more organic tree in the middle, and a bright gold encasement, which Quelaag equates to be more like the gravelstone hide of ancient dragons. We know there are lots of references to an Erd Tree and a Great Tree, with the Great Root Resin item description, which reads, "Resin secreted from the roots of the Great Tree can also be found near trees on the surface. The roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erd Tree, or so they say, and it is for this reason catacombs are built around Great Tree roots." I think it's clear that the Great Tree facet of the Erd Tree is certainly more associated with death, whereas the aspect of the Erd Tree, the more ethereal part, is the source of all life, as described by items like the Albinauric Bloodclot. Together they are the metaphysical form of the Elden Ring's power, though I admit the game does not make it easy to understand the relationship between the Great Tree and the Erd Tree, and what this maybe has to do with the Crucible, this chaotic, traditional organic tree, growing into what we know as the
worst part about paying the bishop
is it possible the answer is right in front of us, right in front of the Erd Tree, in the form of the
everything
giant
else
flag
is fun
that hangs over the entrance to the inner sanctum of the Erd Tree. Now, what I see on this engraving is the Elden Ring at the roots.
Be quiet, queen.
In the middle we have another tree, which could be the Great Tree or interchangeably the Crucible. And then going out of that, at the top of the plaque is the Erd Tree. Now again, I refer you to last protagonist's video on the Great Tree and Golden Order, where they identified that, contrary to what some believe, Great Tree does actually exist in the Japanese, but that it is actually synonymous with the Erd Tree. To me, they are parts of the one whole, and the engraving gives us all the answers that we need, in my opinion. We spoke of how the Crucible of Life was clearly connected to the Elden Ring, and that it influenced the growth of the Erd Tree from the Crucible. And to me, what we're seeing here is the Erd Tree growing from that original organic tree of the Crucible that's now known as the Great Tree, but in totality, this is just one form that we know as the Erd Tree. And going further with the idea that the Erd Tree is both the underlying organic tree and roots and the glowing outer case, we can look at the symbolism associated with the Erd Tree. It always includes the roots. It is part of the Erd Tree, these roots, and the Great Tree. But I encourage you to go and watch Last Protagonist's video, where he aptly describes the reasons that the Great Tree and the Erd Tree are synonymous, and it'll maybe help you close the book on this current conundrum. But despite having grown from the Crucible, the Erd Tree differs quite starkly from the rule of the Crucible, and this is something stumbled upon by the Golden Order fundamentalists, and it's ideas that I discuss in more detail in my Golden Order video, so I recommend that you go and watch that. One of the main laws of the Golden Order is regression, an idea that is well explained by Last Protagonist in his Great Tree video. But in summary, regression towards the mean is a real-world statistical analysis that posits that over time and generations, statistical outliers will pull towards the mean. The example Last Protagonist uses to describe this phenomena is when two above average height parents have a child. That child is more likely to pull towards the mean and be shorter than their parents and closer to the average height. In the world of Elden Ring, this idea can be used to explain the philosophical difference between those of the Erdtree and those of the Crucible, and why it would result in the persecution and expulsion of the latter. The Crucible is symbolic of a primeval era of wild, diverse life, but when the Erdtree emerges, life is coalesced into a single immutable symbol. As the incantation of the law of regression states, regression is the pool of meaning that all things yearn eternally to converge. To me, this is what the Erdtree represents. Life converged into a single source, and as such we begin to see why those of the Crucible would be persecuted. The modern Golden Order represents life refined, converged, and more order, as the Erdtree is itself a singular source of life, rather than the uncouth, primordial, diverse life of the Crucible. And viewing the Crucible as a more primitive era is best described by the Crucible Knot Talisman, which reads as follows.
Just paint that.
A vestige of the Crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. This advancement is the refinement of life in the form of the Erdtree, and therefore the unrefined, chaotic vestiges of the Erdtree era have no place in the modern order and are thus pushed to the fringes. The Erdtree therefore takes the place of the Crucible as the focal point of life in the lands between, as well as acting as a pylon for the Elden Ring's power. It is the central nexus of the Elden Ring's governing power, and this is why Corrin refers to the Erdtree as the source of the Golden Order.
The Erdtree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes.
The Erdtree is a powerful manifestation of Elden Ring energy, a focal point for its power, and I think this becomes clear when you look at the evidence that suggests that the Elden Ring, Elden Beast, Marika, and the Erdtree are all intrinsically connected. Consider, for example, the Erdtree avatars, who can actually wield the same powers as the Elden Beast. The avatars are part of the Erdtree, and the fact they are manifesting the same powers as the Elden Beast is something to consider. But the most obvious bit of evidence that these are all connected is the fact that when the Elden Ring is shattered, so too are the Elden Beast, the Erdtree, and Marika herself. I think the design of the Elden Beast itself is also meant to allude to the connection between the two, and that the Erdtree is a manifestation of its will. For if the Elden Beast jumps above the waters, you can see it has root-like tendrils attached to its tail. And indeed, this idea of connections and links is something backed up by the incantation, the law of causality. And I feel like the more we examine the Golden Order and the Erdtree, we begin to understand why these are laws of the Golden Order. For example, the law of causality incantation reads the following. Causality is the pull between meanings. It is the connections that form the relationships of all things. And we begin to see that the Erdtree is a nexus for the laws of regression and the laws of causality. It is a convergence nexus, as well as something that is connected to the other aspects and vessels of the Elden Ring. And we can tentatively extend this idea of connections when we look at the two fingers. Ziostorm has made some interesting revelations in his video discussing the themes of mushrooms found within Elden Ring. And while I'm not fully in on the entire game being about mushrooms, I find his analysis of the two fingers and a mycelial network very interesting and compelling. In the video, Ziostorm makes the comparison of trees being connected to mushrooms through a mycelial network, and that the two fingers might be connected to the Erdtree in this manner, to convey and communicate the will of the greater will and the Erd Tree. And again, this reinforces the idea that the Erd Tree is some sort of cosmic nexus or pylon, and the two fingers are the connected vessels through which the Erd Tree communicates. It's a really thought-provoking video, and I will link the full video below, and I recommend you go watch it. Regardless, I think this explanation of the two fingers being connected to the Erd Tree directly fits, especially given that we have evidence that their deterioration is linked to that of the Erd Trees. And this is something suggested by a dialogue from Vary.
I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed.
And the description of the Lord's divine fortification. Now, the nature of the Erd Tree and the way that it operates and the way its internal space operates is clearly not normal. Being connected to the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring obviously has brought some cosmic elements to this tree, quote unquote. For example, we have the Round Table Hold, which exists outside this world according to the tutorial notes in the game. Indeed, this place appears to be a copy of a real-world space, the physical Round Table Hold found in Leyndell. Now, I'm going to credit a really great spot to my friend ELDEN that he made in his in-depth lore playthrough of Elden Ring, where he spotted that in some tapestries of the Erd Tree in Leyndell, you can see this kind of building entwined within the upper branches of the Erd Tree. And I agree with ELDEN's speculation that this could well be a representation of our Round Table Hold, a manifested space created by the Erd Tree, which has an unusual relationship when it comes to time and space. This was a really great find, and I highly recommend that you check out ELDEN's lore through if you enjoy an in-depth analysis of lore and environmental details. And this makes sense that the space burns at the same time that we burn the Erd Tree, as it is a space that is created and generated by the power of the Erd Tree, and so when the tree burns, this created space also burns. The Erd Tree's cosmic nature is of course taken to the next level when we actually get to see its interior, quote unquote. And it may be that we see the interior of the Erd Tree sooner than you might realise. The introductory cinematic appears to show our Tarnished waking up within an Erd Tree dimension, as it looks exactly the same as the Erd Tree interior that we see later, before being transported into the lands between, after Grace resurrects us from our death, suggesting the Erd Tree is a confluence of time and space, a dimensional rift that we don't fully understand, but makes perfect sense given the cosmic origins of the Elden Beast and the Greater Will, which actually gave the Erd Tree its form. I think this is further backed up by the way in which we enter the central cortex of the Erd Tree at the end of the game. We don't just walk in, we appear to be pulled in by a golden rift, before materialising in the central space of the tree, again emphasising its cosmic origins and the way it deals with time and space. Further to this is of course the final battle between ourselves and the Elden Beast, where it seems to transport us to some kind of different dimension, where we can see multiple Erd Tree-like forms in the distance. I won't pretend to fully comprehend what this means exactly, nor are we supposed to, but clearly the intention of this space is to make us understand that the world of Elden Ring is far greater than the physical world that we perceive in the lands between, and that to understand that the Erd Tree acts as a nexus to the cosmic realm from which the Elden Beast and probably the Greater Will hail. In addition, it is to let you know there's a cosmic element to the story, considering players may have missed the likes of Astel and Ranni's storyline in general. It makes us feel small in the face of the Greater Will's true nature, and perhaps it is meant to imply a many worlds theory, that this is just one dimension, one parallel world, all connected by Erd Trees and all dominated by the Greater Will. Of course this is just speculation, and really the purpose of this is to make us realise that we are at the mercy of cosmic powers far beyond our comprehension, and that the Erd Tree is a nexus for that power. The final subject I'd like to touch on in this chapter is the Erd Tree as we see it today. as it will become clear as we discuss Marika's reign that the Erdtree was once a more complete and perfect form.
Just about done with this.
Indeed, as observed by my friend Last Protagonist in his excellent video on the Great Tree, which I've referenced about 3 times now, the Erdtree of today is different than what we see in the idealised depictions of it in paintings and in the symbolism of Leyndale forces. In these idealised depictions, such as the paintings in Round Table Hold, or again the iconography of Leyndale forces, the Erdtree seems to have been straight up and unblemished, whereas the tree now is quite tilted off its base and riddled with cracks and scars. So it seems as though the Erdtree was once a more perfect, complete and upright vision, and the Erdtree of today, while stunning to us, is far past its prime. And I think the idea of the Erdtree being way past its prime is reinforced by the Crimson Seed Talisman item description, which reads as follows. The Erdtree was once perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erdtree seeds could not exist. And earlier in the video I mentioned that the shattering of the Elden Ring was what damaged the Erdtree alongside Marika and the Elden Beast, and proof for that comes from the Golden Seed item description, which reads as follows. When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erdtree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come. And previously I spoke of how when Marika shattered the Elden Ring, she appeared to shatter herself, as well as the Elden Beast, and indeed these cracks also seem to line up with what we see on the Erdtree's bark now, seeing that it has been irreparably damaged by Marika's actions, no longer in its perfect, upright and immutable form. So while we can definitely attribute some of the damage to the Erdtree to the shattering of the Elden Ring, there is of course another massive event regarding the Elden Ring that may have contributed to the Erdtree's tilt, and that is the confinement and removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. I find this to be important because the role in which the roots of the Erdtree play in the cycle of life that the Erdtree governs. We know from various sources that death is associated with the roots of the Great Tree that were once attached to the Erdtree. Now it's key to look at the root resin where it says the roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, meaning that they are no longer linked to those of the Erdtree, and clearly being disconnected from its very roots, the things that root it to the earth, could cause it to tilt or lean. But why is this linked to the removal of the Rune of Death? Well, as we've already said, the Erdtree and the Elden Ring are intrinsically linked. When Marika shatters the Elden Ring, she damages herself and the Erdtree and the Elden Beast. Does it not therefore make sense that if a part of the Elden Ring was removed, the Rune of Death, part of the Erdtree, would be removed, to reflect the change in this new form of the Elden Ring? And what is the part of the Erdtree that governs death? The roots. And so is it possible that when the Rune of Death was removed from the Elden Ring, so too were the roots removed from the Erdtree, and now we have an age of endless death, where Erdtree burials do not work anymore, and no one is absorbed up into the Erdtree, it's just stagnated, and that's why we see these half-absorbed corpses in the Erdtree catacombs. This is just my speculation based on what we know between the connection of the Elden Ring and the Erdtree, but the term once connected to the roots of the Great Tree has always fascinated me, and has always led me to ponder why was the Erdtree disconnected from the roots of the Great Tree, and given they are involved with death, it makes sense to link it to the removal of the Rune of Death. So to conclude about the Erdtree, what are we really saying that it is? Well, I believe it's a metaphysical manifestation of the Erdtree's power. It is a nexus and focal point of the power of the Elden Ring. It governs life and death, as well as being connected to Marika, the Elden Beast, and the Elden Ring, and is therefore no wonder that it becomes the focal point of greater will authority. And that being said, we now need to look at the other component part of the Age of the Erdtree, and that is the Greater Will's vassal god, Queen Marika the Eternal, the vessel for the Elden Ring. As with every new age, The Greater Will nominates certain individuals for potential godhood by marking them as Empyrean. This is a process we hear about via Rani, herself once in this very position.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
Following this pattern then, Marika received Malekith when she too was elected as Empyrean. And this is something we learn via Malekith's remembrance, which reads, Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean. Marika's sole need of her shadow was a vessel to lock away destined death. Marika was elected as Empyrean from among a people known as the Numen, a connection we make via Marika's hammer, the Black Knife Assassin armor, but most directly via the Numen rune, which outright says she is from Numen stock. The Numen are a fascinating race, and according to their appearance preset on the character creation, they are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. So once again, I turn to my friend Last Protagonist for a translation to help us better understand the nature of this race that Marika hails from. They provided a translation for the Black Knife Assassin armor, and noted that in the original Japanese, the word Numen is not used. Instead, these people are referred to as Maribito. According to the ever-reliable Wikipedia, Maribito are as follows: an ancient Japanese word referring to a supernatural being who comes from afar, bringing gifts of wisdom, spiritual knowledge, and happiness. The term refers to any one of a number of divine beings who were believed to visit villages in Japan, either from beyond the horizon or from beyond distant mountain ranges, bringing gifts. So this additional context from Last Protagonist reinforces the idea that the Numen are not normal beings from this world that we inhabit now. They live supernaturally long and are overall alien to this world that we live in now. And indeed, this alien nature can be reinforced by a further translation provided by Last Protagonist of the Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets, which reads, in his words, "They are a cold-blooded alien race." Now, I talk about the relationship between the Numen and the Nox in a lot more detail in my Eternal Cities lore video, but in short, I posit the Nox are the Numen, but now their identity is defined by their allegiance to the Age of Stars, hence the Nox, Latin for night. Rogier refers to the Black Knife Assassins as scions of the Eternal City, while the Black Knife armor refers to them as Numen. That really is the briefest of summations, and if you want the full deep dive into it, I again refer you to my Eternal Cities lore video. Regardless, this is already making Marika a really interesting character.
Can I tell you something?
She comes from an otherworldly race.
The Huntress is pretty good
on different biology.
The Huntress is amazing. Yeah, I whipped your ass with the Huntress.
Wait, there's one thing with her though that I don't like.
Especially of interest is the long-lasting life.
How you hook camp with her. That's it though.
That now use the term
hook camp.
The
yes, you
Eternal
do.
Cities.
No, I don't hook. I don't hook camp.
In my Eternal Cities video, I had suggested that the term Eternal was something different, possibly linked to their curse.
No,
I'm just saying that you shouldn't hook camp.
Eternally under a false sky.
No, I don't hook camp.
But as often happens with Elden Ring lore, I have since shifted my position.
I don't
cannot
hook
deny
camp.
the fact that the term Eternal is used in 2 instances of long-lived beings.
No,
now, we don't know why Marika was chosen to be Empyrean from among her people.
I love you.
Perhaps she is called Queen Marika because she was already queen of these Numens. Or maybe she was a powerful leader or warrior. But I do tend to lean towards the fact that she was already Queen Marika of these people. But regardless, we know the Numen are a remarkable otherworldly race, and therefore one among their number would make a very powerful god. Being raised to godhood is far more than just a title. When Marika became god, she became the vessel for the Elden Ring itself.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth.
Queen Marika does literally carry the Elden Ring within her, as we see by it appearing in Radigan Marika's shared body at the end of the game. It clearly became part of her, as when she shatters the Elden Ring in the announcement trailer, we can see that she shatters herself at the same time. The Greater Well will have needed Marika to operate as its proxy in the lands between, for the Erdtree would face great opposition to its ascension.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that there. I'm gonna end the stream. Here, before I do, I'm gonna show progress and the final product. Nearly identical. I tried to keep them as close as I could. I was rushing a little at the end, so the green is in spots that I wish it wasn't. But it still looks good no matter what. Anyways, thank you for coming to stream. I will see all of you next sometime. So